Honourable members, please be seated.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Cross.
Mr. Speaker, it is hard to believe that it is already early April. Despite what the weather report in my riding would suggest, spring is around the corner here in Alberta. The arrival of spring brings with it the preparation for important holidays for many religious communities. Occasions like Ramadan, Easter, and Passover are cherished times that are usually celebrated with family and friends, joining together to share a meal or gathering in their place of worship with members of their community. It is something that many of us look forward to after enduring the cold winter months here in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused all of us to adjust to these traditions for the sake of public safety and physical distancing. This will be a challenge. Though these are trying times for our province, we've come to rely on our faith communities for guidance and comfort. The act of attending a sermon or joining in a prayer can be central to coping with the fears and uncertainty caused by this pandemic. The good news is that we can still enjoy these cherished times. Even though we must be physically distant, that does not mean that we must be spiritually or socially disconnected. Many faith leaders have already transitioned their regular services and messages to online platforms where physical gatherings are not possible. Even though our daily lives have changed, our religious observances need not suffer. In fact, these observances are now more important than ever for many Albertans and can bring comfort as we come to terms with the unprecedented challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has created in each of our lives. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices that Albertans have made are truly impressive. By connecting virtually instead of physically, we can connect with our families and communities while helping to save lives. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Honourable members, as a way of a reminder, unanimous consent was granted earlier in the day to provide members the opportunity to sit, vote, and speak from any seat in the chamber to allow for the appropriate social distancing. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, this government had promised that through this crisis, schools would be properly funded. In fact, the Education Minister stood in this very House saying that the well-being and safety of teachers and students were paramount to her. But on Saturday afternoon, without any warning, the Minister announced via press release and 3 tweets that at least 20,000+ of the very same educational assistant, substitute teachers, bus drivers, and sports staff that she had praised in this very House and vowed to make their safety and well-being paramount were going to be laid off without any warning. Since the pandemic, teacher and sports staff had been working hard to continue to provide online learning for their students and support them through this difficult time. I've heard directly from families that staff were working hard to get lesson plans and even deliver food to students who needed it. They, Mr. Speaker, were stepping up to the challenge that this pandemic has presented to them. But this government hasn't done the same. Instead of supporting teachers and staff during this pandemic, they were doubling down on cutting their funding and laying them off. This government cannot claim that they are trying to create jobs or help the economy when they are solely responsible for one of the biggest layoffs in the history of our province. Instead of focusing on protecting the jobs and helping Albertans with the pain of this economic and health crisis, they are making it worse, plain and simple. Mr. Speaker, Albertans expect and deserve far better than this from this government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we had the tragic news that another Albertan had died from complications related to COVID-19. On behalf of all members of this House, I would like to extend my deepest condolence to his person's family and friends in this difficult time. The news this week of multiple deaths across the province from COVID-19 is heartbreaking and underlines the seriousness of the disease that we are fighting. Each of these people had a life and they will be dearly missed by their loved ones. This is not a joke to those who think that the public health orders do not comply to them. The lives of your neighbors, parents, colleagues, or friends rely on you doing your part in following public health orders. The reality is that every cancelled gathering, every video call replacing a social visit, and every decision to stay home instead of going into public will slow the spread of COVID-19. Every decision, however small, could prevent the transmission of this horrible death to the most vulnerable. This week, the Angus poll found that 1 in 6 Albertans still considers the response to the COVID-19 pandemic to be overblown. The same poll found that those who are the most skeptical of the sweeping measures in place to contain COVID-19 are also least likely to engage in hygiene and distancing actions like frequent hand washing, avoiding handshakes or hugs, and staying away from the public spaces. This is concerning news, as our public health rules will only save lives if Albertans follow them closely. Now is not the time to be selfish. Each decision that we make will either help or hurt our province's ability to fight this disease. Now is the time to come together and help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
His name was Jerry. He was the kindest man. He was always there. He would make me feel like what I had to say mattered, even though I was just a silly kid. My friends and I would look for him after school, knowing that he'd likely have a funny story or some of his trademark Twizzlers to offer. Who was Jerry, you ask? He wasn't the school principal. He wasn't a teacher. Jerry was the school custodian. He went by Jerry the janitor. And like so many educational workers, he did an incredible job every single day without fanfare. And many years later, I still think about Jerry and all those who left an indelible mark on my K-12 education in Barrhead. I know there are thousands of Jerrys out there. These are our educational assistants, our librarians, our bus drivers, our office administrators, and our custodians. These are real humans to whom we owe so much. But to the UCP, they're nothing but numbers. Since the education minister insists that some of these folks aren't essential, I'd like to ask her to help me to respond to some of the countless people I'm hearing from. What do I say to the EA, who's been working remotely nonstop since COVID began, supporting her students in tandem with her teacher colleagues, just to ensure that her students, many with complex needs, are cared for? What do I say to the librarian, who's just learned that she's non-essential, but has been providing learning support through links and resources for teachers in her school from the minute they were told to work from home? What do I say to the bus driver of over 20 years who's shown up for work every day, loves her job, can't imagine doing anything else, and has been helping to transport food and other supplies? These are real stories I share with you. I ask you, we ask you, to rethink your decision. Please, if not for all those folks, for our students. And to all those who've lost your job, we're so grateful for you. We are here for you, and we love you. And Jerry, even though I haven't seen you in decades, thank you.
Honourable member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Better days are ahead. Wise preparations result in superior outcomes. Alberta must prepare to compete as a jurisdiction, to live and work. So as better days arrive, and they will, Alberta individuals, families, and businesses will benefit. The government's announcement to provide short-term support to complete Keystone Pipeline is prudent preparation. It maintains Alberta's position as an integral partner, preserving long-term energy self-reliance in North America. This is in opposition to the current predatory dumping by state-controlled producers, whose collateral overarching aim is to take away our self-reliance. Mr. Speaker, it is in the public interest to protect self-reliance. Self-reliance allows us to act and not to be acted upon. Mr. Speaker, families, friends, and neighbors provide opportunities to act, to serve in love, with patience and by example. For many, faith is an unfailing anchor of strength, peace of conscience, and clear perspective in these times. Faith allows us to see and feel the hand of providence through such times. Mr. Speaker, COVID will pass. Better days are ahead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This UCP government has broken faith with Albertans. A few weeks ago, this Premier said that his government was, quote, doing everything we can to keep cash in people's bank accounts, end quote. Given the ongoing difficulties experienced by countless Albertans trying to access this government's new emergency isolation support program, it would seem the Premier's idea of doing everything we can actually amounts to doing very little. My colleagues and I have received volumes of correspondence from people who have repeatedly found emergency isolation support website either offline or in a state of backlog with client queues reaching as high as 40,000 people. Albertans all waiting at the same time. I have received countless reports of people losing their place in this tremendous digital line due to repeatedly failing Government of Alberta technology. And for those lucky few who do make it through this unusually fraught technical gauntlet, there awaits a nasty surprise at the end, the realization that despite their own very dire circumstances, the UCP government has constructed the emergency isolation support program to be very restrictive, and many desperate Albertans who assumed they would qualify for supports are finding out that that is not actually the case. When it was first envisioned, the government described the emergency isolation support as a bridge, a program designed to ensure Albertans impacted by COVID-19 related events would have a financial backstop until the new federal government support programs came online. Unfortunately, it turns out the program is more of a cliff than a bridge, and far too many Albertans are finding themselves stranded without the fiscal means to reach the other side. It is not too late for the UCP government to do right by Albertans, to make good on their earlier commitment of direct financial support. I encourage this government to immediately ease the overly restrictive criteria to ensure more affected Albertans can quickly qualify for these important funds, and I call on this government to finally fix the technical issues that have been plaguing this program. Albertans are counting on you.
For Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 has had sweeping, damaging effects on Albertans. I have heard from many of my constituents in Sherwood Park on how their families and their businesses have been affected by this pandemic, and our government has brought forward solutions to prioritize the health of Albertans and bring financial relief. We have declared a public emergency and made an additional $500 million investment towards health care to ensure Alberta's public health officials have the resources they need to deal with this pandemic. We have also allocated an extra $60 million to help social services organizations respond to the critical frontline services. We have taken measures to protect renters from eviction, rent increases, and late fees as part of a $7.7 billion package to relieve the immediate financial burden brought on by the pandemic. For many Albertans, their financial struggles did not begin with the arrival of COVID-19. For the past 5 years, we have had economic stagnation in this province. We are currently facing the lowest energy prices in decades. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the day will come when the pandemic will end and we will have to plan a plan focused on moving our economy forward. We need to take action with a plan focused on jobs, the economy, and pipelines. Yesterday, after the culmination of 6 months of negotiation, our government announced a bold economic recovery plan with a $1.5 billion equity investment in the completion of the Keystone XL pipeline this year, followed by a $6 billion loan guarantee next year. This pipeline will provide at least 830,000 barrels per day of crude oil to the Gulf Coast refineries and will create around 7,000 jobs in Alberta this year. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to take action for the COVID-19 relief effort we need now and work towards getting our economy back on track for the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to speak about a non-profit organization in Edmonton Decor called Dickensfield Amity House. Dickensfield Amity House has been providing resources and support services to the wider North Edmonton community since 1972 and has been an enormous help for so many underprivileged individuals and families that I represent. Whether providing childcare and education for young families and their children, advocating for people with disabilities, or running their food and clothing programs, Amity House has a long history of working for the people of Edmonton Decor. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine my disappointment and frustration when I learned on Monday that an extremely popular Teaching Tots education preschool program would be cancelled as of March 31st, yesterday. Deep cuts in the UCP's rushed Budget 2020 has led a lack of funding, and Amity House is no longer able to cover the costs of the preschool learning program, even with a very generous private donor. This loss will have serious impacts on families in the community who access their services. Although the ongoing COVID-19 global pandemic has resulted in the sensible closure of schools and childcare centres across the province, it is still important to look to the future. There will always be a need for high-quality and affordable childcare to ensure Alberta's next generation learns skills they need to succeed. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, the cuts forcing the program to close were made a part of this government's initial plan, well before this addressed the COVID-19 crisis. This is just another example of this UCP's priorities, and while they continue to leave children and their families behind.
The honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
COVID-19 has caused major issues for all of us in every aspect. In-school classes are cancelled. Out-of-home recreation centres are closed. Non-essential businesses are shut down, and our healthcare workers are labouring tirelessly to combat this. To all of our healthcare workers, I salute and thank you. Today, however, I speak on the matter of businesses that are affected. Running a business has risks. Every entrepreneur knows this and puts plans and contingencies in place. However, I think it is safe to say that none of us saw something like this coming. Some businesses have been able to adapt somewhat through online communication with their clients, but others are left with nothing to do but wait it out. Our businesses are what drives our economy, from the large corporations down to the small businesses on the street corner. And as one who believes in free enterprise and its value to society, it pains me to see our business people put in this situation where they are helpless to do what they do best, create wealth and jobs for all Albertans. I am grateful to be a part of a government that understands this and has reached out with several messages of support, such as deferral of taxes, workers' compensation premiums, and support for government workers. I'm also grateful for the wage subsidies brought in by the federal government for these business and workers as well. This is not something I would normally support, but these tough times call for such things and will be a great benefit to businesses, employees, and their families. These things will be key in helping them and our economy recover. I encourage all levels of government to continue to find effective and innovative ways to make the present situation and our future as affordable as possible for businesses, families, and communities. These are extraordinary times, there is no doubt. We do not know the future, but we do know that Alberta businesses will meet all challenges, as they have in the past, with skill, innovation, and compassion. The people of Alberta thank them.
Here.
Shannon, you want to call some of the daily routine?
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions. Introduction of bills. Tabling returns and reports.
Is there any tablings today? Seeing none, I do have a couple of tablings myself. I have the requisite 6 copies of correspondence from the government House Leader relevant to the scheduling of House business, including memos received by my office. That also includes a memo received today at 12:45, which states, please accept this memo as notice required pursuant to Government Motion 10, agreed to on March 17th, 2020, that the public interest requires the Assembly to sit beyond the normal adjournment hour on Thursday, April 2nd, 2020. I will also be circulating that tabling via electronic message to all members this afternoon. Having said that, it is now 1:50 and we are at oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Official Opposition has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me again to begin by offering our condolences to the families of all Albertans who have been lost to COVID-19, and our sincere gratitude to all the frontline health workers and essential workers across this province who are working so hard. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Premier's emergency isolation support is broken. Thousands of people can't apply, and thousands more are being rejected. The Premier promised to bridge the gap, but instead he's walking Albertans to the edge and then telling them that the bridge is out. Albertans are asking for help. Why is the Premier not offering that help?
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I joined the Leader of the Opposition expressing our concern, first of all, our condolences to the loved ones of those whose lives have been lost as a result of coronavirus, and our deep concern for all of those who are hospitalized, and our gratitude for all of our healthcare frontline and other essential services workers. It's regrettable that this remains the only opposition in Canada which is seeking to politicize the coronavirus crisis. Mr. Speaker, it's not the Premier's emergency isolation payments, it's the Government of Alberta's emergency isolation payments. I understand that we've now paid out over $50 million in those supports and will continue to provide that as a bridge until federal EI benefits kick in.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if asking the government to account for the programs they've announced is politicized, then I'm happy to be politicized. Now, John Michael Burke told Global News that he's been trying to apply for 6 days. When he calls for help, no one answers. Bryce Kinski told CTV News that he waits in a virtual queue behind 25,000 people only to get an error and then be bumped back to the end of the line. He says, quote, there's obviously a lack of support for this system. So, Premier, how is this an emergency support if no one can access the emergency support?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, what the opposition leader said is just manifestly false. I just reported a moment ago that we passed $50 million in emergency isolation payments, more than originally budgeted, but the Leader of the Opposition just said, quotes, no one can access it. Mr. Speaker, we can get an update on the number. I think it's north of 20,000 people who have accessed over 40,000 people have accessed these payments. That is not no one, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate the opposition leader is attacking our public servants who are doing their best under trying circumstances to get these payments processed.
Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to ask this government to account for the thousands and thousands of Albertans who can't get this support. 40,000 is 1% of the province, and many, many more people are asking for it. People on AISH, parents staying home with their kids, people who've been sent home by employers who are closing their businesses. They need help now, not later. Edmonton business owner Victoria Stevens closed her doors. She told the Journal, quote, I'm falling through the cracks because I did the right thing. Premier, you promised you would be there. Your criteria are exceptionally narrow, and people are left behind. Why?
The Premier.
Mr. Speaker, ours was the first province in Canada to act with emergency support payments. And I'm pleased to see that over 40,000 people have benefited. We've gone considerably past the budgeted amount. The federal government has announced extraordinary employment insurance benefits, including for those who've been laid off because of COVID, and those payments will be available within 5 days. Mr. Speaker, our system will continue to try to process those applications as quickly as we can.
Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday this Premier went on TV to claim the 20,000 EAs that he fired were, quote, not working. Here's what not working looks like. Delivering paper lessons to students who don't have access to the internet at home. Adapting lesson plans and communicating on behalf of nonverbal students. Supporting kids with autism to stay calm and focused on their learning when they're anxious and they're scared. So, Premier, you are wrong. These people were working. Will you apologize to the families who depend on them and reverse this decision?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that Many of those teaching assistants who were fully engaged have stayed on with the school boards. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education was approached by a number of superintendents and boards asking for guidelines on what to do with staff who were no longer working as a result of the decision of the Chief Medical Officer to suspend our schools. I want to remind the NDP, they were asking to shut down the schools before the Public Health Officer recommended that happen. And inevitably, this has meant a lot of people are not working. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the cities laid off thousands of library and rec center workers. This is the sad reality in which we now find ourselves.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, keeping kids at home does not mean stopping their education. Their education is ongoing unless you have a special need, thanks to the decision taken by this education minister. Now, the Premier also told CTV that he gave notice to school boards before he fired their staff. That's not true. What he did do was promise them their funding would remain intact, and then 2 weeks later broke that promise, thereby creating huge amounts of chaos for school divisions across the province. Will he admit he's wrong, that he did not give notice, that he did create chaos, and reverse the short-sighted decision for these very, very vulnerable kids?
The Honourable, the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, this decision was not made lightly. It was something that we struggled over, but at the end of the day, the unfortunate reality is that we cannot afford to continue paying for buses and services that are not required for in-person class as they are cancelled. The money needs to be spent on our COVID-19 response. It is only a temporary measure, and teachers and other staff, such as speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, mental health workers, physiotherapists, and PUF EAs will continue to provide those specialized supports.
The Leader.
Well, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. They're not, because they've just been told they've been laid off. And here's the thing. Classes never stopped. Lots of teachers are video conferencing so they can keep teaching from home, and EAs are trying right now to be there so no one is left behind, especially special needs students. Inclusion Alberta says this Premier is treating children with disabilities like they're undeserving of help, like people with disabilities are not Albertans. That's what they say. Premier, once again, why is your government hurting special needs kids the most? Why won't you reverse this decision and support these kids at the time they need our support the most?
The Minister of Education is risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This pandemic has changed how we all are doing business, especially education business. Like the private sector, we are adapting to a new reality. And as I've said, the program unit funding continues to flow to school authorities so that they can tailor their services to continue supporting our most vulnerable students. Teachers and other staff, including speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, mental health workers, physiotherapists, PUF EAs, will continue to provide specialized supports and services to our students. I want to stress this is only a temporary measure.
The Leader of the Official Opposition for her third set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, today we see renewed calls for the resignation of the member for Calgary-Acadia. Experts have described the member's breach of the constitutional principle of ministerial responsibility, the amplified importance of this issue in the face of a pandemic, and the abuse of ministerial authority to threaten citizens for exercising their democratic right of free speech. Now, the Premier has an obligation to protect the health and safety of Albertans before his own political interests of protecting an incapable minister. To the Premier, why won't he put Albertans first and remove the member for Calgary-Acadia from the role of Health Minister?
The Honourable, the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it is truly regrettable to see that this is the only opposition leader in the country, I think with the exception of her NDP counterpart in Manitoba, who does not grasp the moment that we are in. She just issued a press release speaking about a, quote, dangerous war on doctors, a systematic upheaval. Mr. Speaker, this kind of inflammatory and bellicose, hyper-partisan language is completely inappropriate in the circumstance in which we find ourselves, Mr. Speaker. The doctors continue to get compensated fully for call.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, rather than be accountable, the Premier attacks those who would hold him accountable. No big news there. Nowhere in Canada, speaking of other parts of Canada, have we seen a health minister use his ministerial authority in the middle of a pandemic to threaten, harass, intimidate a doctor at his home at night. And for these reasons, this member has lost the confidence of the people of Alberta, who themselves need that confidence now more than ever. So why won't this Premier do the right thing, stand up for Albertans, and replace the minister with someone capable of earning Albertans' trust?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable, the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to an acquaintance and a neighbour about defaming one's spouse does not constitute, listen to them heckling, Mr. Speaker, they have no sense about the moment we are in. Mr. Speaker, for a member of this place to approach a neighbour and acquaintance to raise a concern about the defamation of their spouse is not an abuse of one's public authority. It is what any normal person would do, Mr. Speaker. And I am proud to say that this Minister of Health has my full confidence and that of this government as he continues to do remarkable work in the midst of this pandemic.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member for Calgary-Acadia's temper is of some note in medical circles. The Premier may want to set his Google alert, or better yet, ask him if he's yelled at other doctors. He might be surprised. But, Mr. Speaker, this member engaged in bizarre, intimidating, and retaliatory behaviour. By refusing to remove him, it is very clear the Premier is condoning it and sending a chilling effect to all frontline care providers at a time when they need to know that their boss has their backs, not the backs of their friends and insiders. So, Premier, why will you not have the backs of frontline health care providers and remove this minister?
The Honourable, the Premier has the call.
Mr. Speaker, before any provincial government in this country, we surged $500 million of additional funding to the healthcare system to support our frontline workers as they deal with the pandemic. Now, that has nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, with how outrageous it is that the NDP amplified an online campaign of harassment, abuse, to the point of death threats against the spouse of an honourable member of this place. Why haven't they joined with us in condemning those attacks, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I will do is read from a letter I received from a frontline doctor working in a Calgary hospital. I risk my safety and possible exposure to my family every day. I'm not asking for an award or thanks. This is my job. However, I am absolutely disgusted by our health minister, and I cannot tolerate his behavior any further. This is not becoming of someone in public office. I am risking my life for work for a health minister that is acting like a child, and worse, a bully. Mr. Premier, what do you have to say to this doctor?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say that asking a neighbour and acquaintance to delete a social media post accusing one's spouse of defamation and corruption is what any normal person would do, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think that the right of somebody to defend the honour and integrity of their spouse is suspended just because they take up the duty of public service.
Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Another Calgary doctor wrote, and I quote, "I'm deeply concerned about the conduct of the health minister. It's increasingly apparent that he does not have the temperament, requisite knowledge, or even the qualification to be at the helm of the health portfolio. He shows a complete lack of respect to health professionals, physicians, nurses, and other healthcare workers alike. He has repeatedly attacked these groups and assigns his blame without factual justification for the province's financial woes." End quote. Mr. Premier, what do you have to say to this doctor?
Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health, at various times, has pointed out that the compensation of physicians in Alberta is significantly higher than in other provinces. It has grown faster than health inflation, inflation generally, growth in our economy, our population, our healthcare system generally, and to point out that there has been a need for general restraint. Now, the Minister has also shown flexibility by deferring any change to the rules around complex modifiers and increasing payments for on-phone consults to help ensure primary care physicians can help during the COVID.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A doctor in Rimbey wrote, and I quote, "I will continue to serve on the front lines as we battle COVID-19, but also to oppose the devastation this government is levying against healthcare in Alberta. I will always protect the system and network of professionals that are here to protect you and your family from illness and harm. I took an oath in medical school, a commitment to serve, and unlike our current leaders, I take that commitment seriously." End quote. When will the Premier remove that member from his post?
The Honourable, the Premier.
I won't, Mr. Speaker. I stand by one of the most capable ministers of health that this Assembly has ever seen. But when will the member opposite stop the inflammatory rhetoric in the midst of a historic pandemic? He just said that the healthcare system is, quotes, being destroyed. He issued a press release referring to a, quotes, dangerous war on the healthcare system. In a system where physician compensation is not being cut by 1 cent, where we've just increased the budget by $500 million, the most expensive healthcare system in the history of this province and on a per capita basis in the entire Federation.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our world is facing an unprecedented time of fear and uncertainty. It's interesting times indeed. The outbreak of the COVID-19 virus, combined with the effects of the oil price war, have the potential to devastate our economy, our communities, and our families. This combination of international crises has caused our oil revenues to fall to record lows. To the Minister of Energy, how will this government protect our energy industry from further devastation?
The Honourable, the Minister of Energy has the call.
Well, thank you for that question. And you're certainly right. We are in uncharted waters. Canada's economy is expected to contract by 2.5%. There's been $6.5 billion in CapEx cuts to the energy sector, $150 billion lost in the value of shares. By some estimates, we might be as much as 20 million barrels a day oversupplied. Mr. Speaker, we are actively working with industry to develop workable policies to get us through this.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituencies, given that lodging at oil camps often requires workers to remain in close proximity to one another with the cafeterias and common areas, the current health protocols require all individuals and businesses to comply with preventative measures against the COVID-19, such as physical distancing. To the Minister of Energy, what are the government's plans to ensure that work camps are still able to remain operational while being compliant with current health orders?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. This is a very serious issue, and I know that everyone in the chamber is not taking this lightly. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is working with the Ministry of Health to deal directly with work camp operators, oil and gas companies, and organizations such as the Oil Sands Alliance to ensure that these sites remain safe. Mr. Speaker, steps are being taken by industry around social distancing. There's a new way to deliver food services to these camps. They're checking for symptoms, and they're dealing with new ways to transport workers in and out. Mr. Speaker, the safety is...
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is given that Alberta's economy remains heavily tied to our energy industry, and that this oil price war will negatively affect Albertan energy companies. Our government is implementing different strategies to provide economic relief to families and individuals and businesses to alleviate the effects of the COVID-19. Will the Minister of Energy be able to support the hydrocarbon sector to help them through this difficult time?
The Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the answer to that is yes. Mr. Speaker, we're working on priorities to support our oil and gas sector. We're focusing on liquidity, jobs, and investments, trying to get them through to the other side. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at ways to help the industry reduce their operating costs, things like waiving the AER levy for 6 months. We're taking action to increase flexibility under leasing tenures. We've given them tax relief. We've deferred the WCB fees. Mr. Speaker, we're cutting red tape with an immediate focus on reducing operating costs, setting the stage for recovery.
Always a pleasure to see the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, but particularly on this very special day. The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
During this pandemic, it's critical that we prevent community transmission in our most vulnerable populations. The cities of Toronto and Vancouver have secured hundreds of hotel rooms to house their homeless population. Calgary had a plan to house the homeless in hotels, but was overruled by the Minister of Community and Social Services, claiming that suicide mitigation retrofits to hotels were needed. Why is the minister blocking a plan endorsed by some of Canada's largest cities to protect homeless populations?
The Honourable Minister of Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I know that there's tremendous worry and concern across the province about our vulnerable populations in the homeless sector, and I share that concern as well, and that's why it's important for the Government of Alberta to be as transparent as possible in sharing what measures we're undertaking. In my hand, I have a letter from the Chief Medical Officer of Health regarding exemptions and clarifications for operators of shelters and temporary or transitional housing facilities, and it stipulates all the measures in here that we are taking, and we are in compliance.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that Calgary's mayor said that he thought Calgary's plan to house our homeless in hotels would provide, and I quote, positive mental health intervention in tough times. Yes. And given that the minister's office was initially unable to give a reason for vetoing Calgary's plan, it actually took them 4 days to finally claim it was because of the need of retrofits. Will the minister immediately table the data and the medical evidence she used for the decision to cancel the hotel rooms or cancel that plan, and explain why she didn't share it with the mayor's office?
The Honourable Minister of Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I was just on the phone with the Mayor of Calgary about maybe an hour ago, and we talked about the specific isolation facility that required retrofits, and he's very aware of the reason as to why those retrofits took place. And we have, in certain situations, used hotels where appropriate. The idea is that we have to work with the experts, the shelter providers, to understand what their needs are in terms of what their clientele needs, and then proceed accordingly.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that the Mayor of Calgary said, and I quote, I'm still a bit nervous about the congregated facilities and disease transmission, and given that Calgary's Alpha House is housing 40 people in a hotel, and stated that they didn't have to make any of the retrofits the minister is now claiming is the reason she vetoed Calgary's plan to the minister, our vulnerable homeless populations deserve more than mats on an overcrowded floor. I think we can all agree on that. They deserve a bed and a room. Does the minister agree, and will she finally do the right thing and work to secure hotel rooms to protect Alberta's homeless? I get that it's an emergency.
The Honourable Minister of Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to be clear that the City of Calgary never had a plan. They had a proposed approach. We had a plan that is in compliance with Alberta Health. And in regards to the Alpha House, their situation is very unique and very different, so hotels made sense and it worked for them. And in regards to every other facility across the province, we have funded $30 million to all of the shelters that we fund, and every single facility and new shelter area is in full compliance after approvals and inspection by Alberta Health.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know seniors are at great risk of severe illness related to COVID-19. The Alberta Seniors Lodge program serves seniors by providing accommodation, meals, and other services. Some lodges are operating with only skeleton staff levels currently. This puts a strain on housing administrators and their budgets. They need additional funding now. What are the steps being taken by the Minister of Seniors and Housing to ensure staffing levels are sufficient and that high-quality care is available for seniors?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The health and well-being for the senior and vulnerable Albertan is my priority. And I have a call with the federal minister of a senior where we discussed the need for the additional support and coordinate in Alberta to provide the emergency financial assistance for seniors with low income. For example, like a food delivery, medical supply, and then protective equipment to remain the independence and in self-quarantine. And in fact, that the reason the federal government also allows $9 million to help out.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that yesterday a Slave Lake resident put out a call to the community via social media, and I quote, Vanderwell Lodge is in need of supplies to keep seniors safe during these unprecedented times. And given the resident says the lodge is in desperate need of a forehead thermometer and that they're running dangerously low on gloves, given that this is only one of many examples of supply shortages, Minister, please tell us what Alberta is doing about these needs in seniors' lodges.
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Senior and Housing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. In addition to that, daily call with my departments and my team, and also that my team have a daily call with all the senior service provider. And we are keeping the very important information every day to address all the issues we need. And also that the weekly newsletter regarding the COVID-19 is distributed to more than 1,400 organizations. We are working with the ministers of the community and service to ensure senior service.
The Honourable Member.
Well, given that calling and writing newsletters aren't really dealing with the issues at hand, and given the increase in health and safety measures that limit family members from seeing their loved ones in seniors' facilities, and given that staffing levels are stretched extremely thin, seniors isolating require more care and attention than ever before due to restrictions in common areas and their peers and visitation measures that have been put in place. To the Minister of Seniors and Housing again, how are you ensuring that seniors' mental health and social connections are being maintained during this very trying times?
The Honourable Minister of Senior and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. My team and myself continues to communicate with the senior and organization and daily to address all the issues. Particularly, we have a strategy plan in place to looking after all the senior mentally and food delivery and all the major issues we are going to address. And we will take care of our senior and vulnerable Alberta. That's what we are doing every single day.
The Honourable Member for Spruce. Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview will come to order because the Honourable Member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The past month has placed unprecedented financial pressures on many Albertan households. The COVID-19 public health emergency has forced people to self-isolate without any income or to suddenly lose their jobs. As we enter the beginning of a new month, many individuals and families are facing the stress of having to pay their rent and bills. In a time when Albertans are being called on to stay home, the prospect of facing late rental payment charges or evictions can make a difficult time much worse. Can the Minister of Service Alberta please outline for this House what our government is doing to protect renters?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I announced on Friday a suite of measures to protect renters in this difficult time. The first piece of that was that no one in Alberta will be evicted in the month of April for non-payment of rent, full stop. Second of all, I made it very clear that thereafter, renters and tenants and landlords need to work together on establishing a meaningful payment plan for the duration of the crisis. So long as renters do that and comply with that meaningful payment plan, they will be protected from eviction for the duration of the crisis. But let me be clear, renters do still have to pay their rent. We understand if they can't pay all of it, but they have to work with their landlords if they want protection.
Honourable Member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that our government is committed to easing the burden on Albertans throughout the COVID-19 response, and given that our government has worked hard to support Albertans and take measures that will put money in the pockets of Albertans during these challenging times, and given that our government announced recently that Albertans are eligible for a 90-day utility payment holiday in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, to the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity, how can Albertans take advantage of deferrals on utility payments at this time?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
These are difficult times, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ensuring that Albertans don't face unnecessary financial hardship as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Alberta Utilities Commission is working with their electricity partners to ensure that all the plans are in place so that any Albertan that requires a utility deferral only has to ask their utility provider for it.
Honourable Member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that our government introduced legislation this week to protect renters during the coronavirus public health crisis, and given that our government recognizes the extreme financial pressures that COVID-19 is placing on renters across the province, and given that this is an issue that affects people right across our province, again, to the Minister of Service Alberta, what other measures are included in Bill 11 to support Albertans to maintain protections for residential and mobile home tenants?
The Minister of Service Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. In Bill 11, which we passed in this House yesterday, we have ensured that that no late fees will be charged from April 1st to June 30th for non-payment or partial payment of rent. And furthermore, no increases in rent will be permitted during the state of public health emergency. But more importantly, once the public health emergency has been lifted, because of what we passed in this House yesterday in Bill 11, no landlord will be able to retroactively impose those fines or fees. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Glenora has a question.
Schools are trying to figure out how to slash $128 million right now. Boards got the call just a few hours and some just a few minutes before the tweet announced that they were being forced to lay off more than 20,000 education workers. The minister could have called to say, hey, what can I do to help you feed children who rely on your school nutrition programs? Or how many laptops do you need for kids who have no way right now to speak with their teacher and their educational assistant? But instead, the minister called to lay more than 20,000 education staff off. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Education is rising.
Mr. Speaker, it was a really, really tough decision. My daughter's an educational assistant. I understand the good work that they do, but it was not an easy decision to make because we are in very, very unprecedented times. We know that COVID-19 is taking a lot of our resources. This pandemic has changed how our education system functions, and like the private sector, we are all adapting to this new reality. And I want to stress, these are temporary measures, unlike many of the people in the private sector who are losing their jobs.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Given that the minister is a former trustee, here are some of the things her colleagues said about what she did to students and staff in Red Deer Catholic schools this weekend. Given that they said they were sad that the minister broke her promise, they were blindsided, they felt disrespected and disappointed, and the minister's words are disingenuous. I couldn't agree with them more, Mr. Speaker. Why has a minister betrayed Red Deer Catholic schools and all schools and their students by slashing supports for kids when they need them the most?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, these are unprecedented times. We've been working around the clock to solve very difficult situations. They're evolving situations. And right now, the decision that we made, which is a temporary decision, and I want to speak to all those who've been affected by this decision, that as soon as we are able to return to in-classroom teaching again, that you will be coming back. As soon as those in-classes are starting again, those dollars will be returned to education.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Glenora.
Given that 2 weeks ago the minister said they weren't going to get fired, and given that the minister broke her word on that, it's really hard for people to take her word today with any sort of credence or belief, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Edmonton Public School Board told their families yesterday that Saturday's announcement was a shock as the minister assured them they would receive their full allotment of funding, and given that this is not what equity or inclusion look like, Minister, why did the minister hide all weekend and hide from debate on this issue in this House? And why won't she face the fact that she is responsible for writing off these kids at the time they need the minister the most?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, as I said numerous times, it was a very, very, very difficult decision to make. It's a difficult decision that many levels of government are making, including the City of Calgary, including the City of Edmonton. Again, it is a temporary measure, and I do want to assure all of the staff that have been affected by this decision that there is work for them when we resume in-class sessions. That being said, we have a number in the public sector that do not have that affordability to know that they have jobs when they come back.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
I want to give a shout out to women shelter workers who right now are working under extremely trying circumstances. Evidence shows there's a clear link between times of crisis and increased rates of gender-based violence. This is why so many working on the front lines are worried as women are at home with their abusers and their children are not at school. It's more important than ever that there are supports, but shelter workers are telling me that the resources being offered by this government are inadequate and women are being turned away. To the Minister of Community and Social Services, what can I tell those women shelter workers who are in desperate need of more resources? And please, be specific.
The Honourable the Minister of Community and Social Services.
Thank you to the member opposite for that question. And what I want to say from the outset is that we are in continuous dialogues with shelter operators to try to determine what their needs are. We have flowed out $5 million additional dollars in shelter funding to a number of these shelter operators. And if the member opposite could give me more specific information about organizations that are impacted, I would like to have more feedback, and we'd like to help out however we can.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister. Frankly, Minister, $5 million isn't enough. I'm hearing from multiple women shelter workers that they are extremely concerned. They know that women isolated at home with their abuser need their help more than ever. Shelters need to be able to achieve physical distancing requirements. Given that communal bathrooms, kitchens, they all make this a lot more challenging. And without more resources, it's next to impossible. Shelters are more than just beds, Minister. They are a lifeline. I'm urging you to increase funding to women's shelters immediately. Will you commit right now to doing so? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister of Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have flowed the funding of $5 million, and we are continuously talking to shelter providers and getting that feedback. And of course, we will calibrate our response as required. This pandemic is going to see an increase in rates of domestic violence. We do know that. And it's very uncertain as to what the landscape is going to look like. So that's why we have to keep the dialogue alive with all of the shelter providers to see how we can help out.
I want to again commend those working on the front lines of shelters, both women's shelters and shelters for those experiencing homelessness. These workers are going above and beyond, and in some cases, they're literally risking their lives. Given that we're hearing reports of shelter workers not having access to personal protective equipment, PPE, which is extremely troubling and puts workers and those accessing their services at risk, to the Minister, are you working with shelter providers to ensure that they're getting access to this critical equipment? And if not, will you reach out immediately?
The Honourable Member for Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I'm talking to shelter providers on a daily basis, and we have delivered PPE to a number of homeless shelters. There's a universal shortage in supply of this equipment, and our Provincial Operations Centre is working overtime to secure more supply. So yes, we are trying to flow those supplies out as soon as we can, and we know who those providers are that are waiting for these supplies. But as I said, a number of the shelters have already received PPE.
The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat has a question.
Mr. Speaker, our province is facing an economic crisis not seen since the Great Depression. A disturbing price war between autocrats in Saudi Arabia and Russia has placed our energy sector and Canada's largest export into a period of unprecedented adversity. Now more than ever, our province needs to make forward-thinking investments into our industry and our economy. The time is now to act. Following the announcement that our province has reached an agreement with TC Energy to proceed with the Keystone XL pipeline, can the Minister of Energy please update this House on the benefits that this investment will bring to our province?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. For the past 5 years, we've all known that we've suffered in this province because of a lack of pipeline capacity, and we've lost billions of dollars from it. We know that the COVID demand, we will increase, and when we get out of COVID, we need capacity to get our product to market. We need to recover from this. And Mr. Speaker, the building of the KXL pipeline will help us know that we can get through this. We can build things in this country, and we can come out of this stronger than ever before. Mr. Speaker, this is a much-needed project.
The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her answer. Given that Alberta's energy sector has suffered from low commodity prices, obstructionist federal policies, and a lack of provincial advocacy for at least 4 years, and given that the construction of a pipeline like Keystone XL will create good-paying jobs for hardworking and highly skilled Albertans, including many of my own constituents in Brooks Medicine Hat, and given that Albertans need hope and jobs, now more than ever, to the same Minister, how will this investment bring much-needed, well-paying and skilled employment to Alberta in these much difficult times?
The Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you to the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, our investment in Keystone XL will create 7,000 jobs, direct and indirect jobs here in Alberta, and over 15,000 jobs across the country. These jobs will start now. We can start construction today, and that's what's happening. That's what TransCanada has told us, that we will bring construction now. Mr. Speaker, these jobs are needed now more than ever, and this project would not have happened without our investment.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that we are in an unprecedented period of economic contraction as a result from the COVID-19 pandemic, and given that the construction of a large project like Keystone XL will take time before it can get our ethical oil to world markets, and given that Albertans are desperate to begin work in these trying times, once again to the Minister of Energy, when can we expect construction to begin on the Keystone XL pipeline?
Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, the work on Keystone XL pipeline is beginning today. Today, Mr. Speaker. The company has been planning this and has been staging the construction for many months now, and it's only with the investment from the Government of Alberta that they were able to proceed forward and start with construction. Our investment is actually accelerating that construction in a year that we desperately need jobs. Mr. Speaker, for over a decade, that project was tied up in a dysfunctional regulatory system. Today, it's being built.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The UCP government has rolled out their isolation benefit, but we are all hearing it now. But this government promised to bridge the gap, and one group being left behind both by the provincial program and the federal program are post-secondary students. What is this government doing to support these students during the pandemic? Please be specific, because I'm just not seeing much right now.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors, Labour and Immigration.
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Our government is focused on supporting Albertans through this pandemic, and this is being delivered through a suite of programs, both provincial and federal. On the student side, the provincial government announced a program to relief of student loans. That was also done on the federal side. And on the emergency isolation support, this one-time benefit is a bridge, as indicated by the previous member, a bridge to the federal program, which has broad application, and we expect to be in place in the very near future.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the government's decision to defer student loan payments, while positive, only kicks looming debt payments down the road, given that the federal program is not going to support many of our post-secondary students, given there aren't very many jobs for students at the moment, to the minister, will this government be offering unemployed students any further financial supports? How are these students expected to afford rising tuitions this fall, given the current economic environment? And does this UCP government have any plan to ensure that Albertans can continue to afford their post-secondary educations?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Well, thank you for the questions, speakers. And definitely, we will continue to take care of our students, as always. And definitely, that we will working on it, and still with all the principals of the university and post-secondary education, and make sure that all the students that are looking after, particularly this is in this the pandemic the situations. So that we will continue to do that, and the principal and that all the stakeholders. We will continue to have a meeting with us and work on the best solutions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that many students will likely not be able to obtain employment this summer, given they will still have to pay tuition next year or have upcoming student loan payments, and given that students need to buy food to eat today, and given that the province of Ontario has stepped up to offer $25 million to post-secondary students for mental health resources and other COVID-related supports, will this government step up like Ontario has and provide additional supports for post-secondary students during this incredibly difficult time?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the Honourable Member for the question. Our government has put in a number of measures to assist businesses to be able to retain workers. This is corporate tax deferrals, WCB premium deferrals, subsidies for small and large businesses in that regard, education property tax deferrals, and a freeze. This is all with a view to support employers and be able to hire workers, including students. And I understand in speaking with a number of large employers, their intent is to continue to hire students over the course of this summer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has put extra stress on Alberta's post-secondary students and institutions. Now, more than ever, it is crucial to have a government that will support our colleges and universities. Only a few days ago, the University of Alberta reported that as a direct result of this government's budget, the university would see a loss of over 1,000 jobs. Why is the Minister of Advanced Education pushing a plan that will only result in more people joining the unemployment lines in the midst of a global pandemic?
The Honourable the Minister of Senior and Housings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned before, that our departments are working very closely with all the presidents and all the post-secondary educations, and as well that we have a plan to make sure that all the students, they are not missing any classes, they are well taken care of, and we will continue to do that with all the stakeholders, with all the president, with all the advanced education and post-secondary institution.
Honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, given, Mr. Speaker, that this minister is directly responsible for 1,000 lost positions at the University of Alberta, almost 500 layoffs at NAIT and SAIT just a couple of weeks ago, I hardly consider that to be working with universities. It's more like taking a wrecking ball to our universities. And given that why the minister was continuing to double down on his plan to lay off these people during the pandemic, his office only responded with months-old talking points about overspending. Will the minister at least make the bare minimum and temporarily reverse the cuts and protect post-secondary workers during the pandemic?
Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's a very important, and we, as the minister, we're working very closely with the Minister of the Labor and Immigrations, and as well that with all the ministry, cross ministry, to make sure that all the students are looking after during this the COVID-19. Definitely that we will continue to create an action plan to meet the needs for the student.
Member.
Well, given that I would think that we would all agree here that a global pandemic is the very worst possible time for a government to throw people onto unemployment lines, and given that the University of Alberta Research Department working on actual COVID vaccines and treatments also experienced cuts due to this budget from a couple of weeks ago, why won't the minister stop the plan that will only create unemployment and make life more difficult for our students during a global pandemic and an economic crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned that the plans are continuing working with all the minister and across the ministry. And we didn't stop one day because we do care all the students. We're going to continue to support our students and make sure that they continue their education, make sure that financially they get a support from the 3 different level government. And this government committed to looking after our students.
The Honourable Member for Drumheller Stettlers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency partially closed the Harmony beef packing plant after one of its workers tested positive for COVID-19. The plant also sent home those who were working in the same area as the infected person. Given that food processing plants such as Harmony are vital to our supply chain, especially during COVID-19, can the Minister of Agriculture tell this House what our government is doing to ensure that food processing plants remain safe for Albertans to work at and that those plants will continue to function during this public health emergency?
The Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speakers. And we are having daily calls with Alberta's dozen major food processors. We're having weekly calls with farmers and ranchers and agriculture commodity groups across the province. We're constantly monitoring and prepared to act on any upcoming food supply chain issues. And we have called on the federal government to declare a food supply chain as an essential service, just as we have as a province. And we're also developing a rapid response plan to resume operations as soon as possible, working with AHS, OH&S, workers, inspectors, and food processors across the province.
The honourable member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta has seen an increase in the number of people infected by COVID-19, and given that there will be more Albertans and potentially more food processing plant workers who will be infected in the days and weeks to come, to the same minister, can you inform this House how our government is helping food processing plants such as Harmony ensure that they can continue to function even when they have workers in self-isolation?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And under the advice of our Chief Medical Officer, food processing facilities have implemented additional sanitation procedures to ensure that the safety of their workers and their inspectors is paramount. And in saying that, it is important to note that COVID-19 is not a foodborne illness. These enhanced measures will ensure that staff are safe. And Mr. Speaker, we are working with the federal government to ensure that inspector capacity is stable so that facilities can continue to operate, and we remain committed to supporting all levels of the food supply chain and ensuring that both provincially and federally registered facilities are—
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, given that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has jurisdiction over federally regulated plants such as the one in Balzac, and given that Alberta is the largest producer of beef products in Canada, and that it is conceivable that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency could potentially close more food processing plants in the near future, to the Minister of Agriculture, how is our government going to ensure that these plants vital to the food supply chain will not be closed by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency during this pandemic?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been working hand in glove with the federal government and CFIA to maintain and to build our food inspector capacity. We are providing additional training to our provincial inspectors so that they will meet the requirements of these federally regulated facilities, and that work is underway. And we are developing a plan to bring back retired provincial food inspectors as well. Our goal is to increase inspector capacity in the province to ensure that our food processing facilities can continue to operate, and we will have more details in an announcement later today to clearly demonstrate our commitment to ensuring that our food supply chain remains intact.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will proceed to tablings to the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk, I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk. On behalf of Honourable Mr. McIver, Minister of Transportation, responses to questions raised by MLA Loyola on Honourable Member for Edmonton-Ellerslie on March 5, 2020, Ministry of Transportation 2020-21 main estimates debate.
Honourable members, we are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 10, Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020, adjourned debate, Mr. Scow.
Honourable members, we are at second reading of Bill 10. Is there anyone wishing to join in the debate for second reading? I see the honourable member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin this by acknowledging a few things. One, I appreciate that we all agreed that we should create opportunities for us to move around and have as much physical distancing in this place as possible. I think it's good for our own health and safety, but also the health and safety of everyone else in this building and everyone we go home to at the end of the day. So I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge my friend Derek, who gave me a fidget to play with to try not to touch my face while I'm talking. It's something that I think is important for all of us to try to do, and it certainly relates to the fact that we're here in the midst of this pandemic. Probably I believe we're the only legislature that's still sitting in the nation, and with that in mind, I certainly had hoped that we were coming here to do things that we weren't already doing through MO or OIC. I have deep respect for this place and the work that we all do in here as legislators, and I think that it's important that we take the opportunity to do things that can address the pandemic in a real and meaningful way. I fear that coming here to essentially make a bill what's already law through an MO isn't exactly reflective of the best advice that we're receiving from medical officials from throughout our country, including the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Canada, who is certainly nervous about the curve this week in Ontario, Quebec, and in Alberta. That being said, we are here and we do have a piece of legislation before us. It relates specifically to the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020. And I also want to acknowledge that there are many people who have already passed away or been hospitalized from COVID-19 and likely will be many more in the days to come. Our heart is, of course, with all of them as we as Albertans, I think, need to do everything we can to flatten that curve and create as few environments that will result in the public spread of COVID-19 here in Alberta. I also, of course, want to express my sympathies to the families and the friends of those who have died so far, and also to the healthcare workers who I know probably have all of their nerves on heightened alert right now as they are responding to this significant pandemic. I saw some pictures and I saw a post recently from a nurse who talked about how until this struck, the most difficult day in their job was sitting by grieving parents of a 5-year-old. And that still is a very difficult memory for her. But when she has to don the personal protective equipment that she has now and walks in and knows that everyone in that healthcare facility is at risk, it adds an additional level of gravity for her. I think that there are some things in this bill that are good, and I think most of them have already, probably all of them, have already been dealt with through the ministerial order. And I want to say that I think ministerial orders are something that happen for a reason. I think that there are times where we need to make laws that are for specific times, specific instances, and that's why we have that tool. So to compel the legislature basically to continue to rubber stamp a ministerial order doesn't seem like the best and most prudent use of this precious public resource and the amount of time that we're spending in here on something that has virtually already been done. So I believe that all of the necessary powers of the government are already enshrined in legislation in this act or in the Emergency Management Act. And in our briefings, when we asked about what's new, why this legislation was necessary, and what additional powers this was going to seek to implement during the pandemic, because that's why we're here right now, the only sitting legislature in the country, here because we were told this was really important to fight the pandemic. In the briefing, there was no answer. This is about times after the pandemic. So again, why are we doing this now? Why are we rushing it? This is not about powers to help today. This is about potentially giving the minister the ability to make some decisions down the road. I think that that if we are here, it should be to deal with new and pressing issues. And certainly I think the opportunity presented yesterday to debate the mass layoffs of more than 20,000 education workers who some say, well, that money needs to be moved to fight the pandemic. I would say that fighting the pandemic, one of the ways we do that is by giving families the support they need to stay at home. Giving families the tools that they need to support their children when their children are going through one of the most distressing times in their life so far. I spoke with a mom, I guess it was about a week ago now, who has a teenage son who is nonverbal autistic and has a number of behavioral challenges as a result of his special needs. And he has been acting up to such a degree physically that she's had to call the police twice and take her son to the hospital once. And she said she was really looking forward to having some of the care through their respite team and through their educational assistants return to them. This, of course, was in the middle of spring break because she was hopeful that once he was able to hear the voice of his respite worker and see the face of his educational assistant on the computer, that would give him some more calm and some more assurance. So I would have rather we were using this time to debate how we can return those supports to Alberta families and how we can expand on the care that they need to feel safe and to be supported in trying their best to keep their kids safe, show them love, but also help them move forward in their learning journey. Instead, what we have is a bill that I struggle, and in our briefing, the very hardworking, well-intending public officials who were briefing us struggle to find the purpose for this during this pandemic as well. And I don't say this lightly. I know that we have members of the public service who are working diligently right now, around the clock, drafting legislation. Is that the best use of their time right now? I think that there are other things they could be doing to help make sure that we were responding to this, especially since they'd already drafted an MO that essentially did much of this work. I think we should be having our public health officials focusing on the pandemic rather than creating a piece of legislation that might have value possibly down the road. If it does, let's do this bill properly when we're not in the midst of this, when we're through the pandemic, when we don't have the legislature being one of the only places that's exempt from, and homeless shelters, I guess, exempt from gatherings of more than 15 people in our province. It seems like we could certainly debate additional sweeping powers at a time when we have the ability to properly, as government and as opposition, consult with the folks of Alberta on these changes, because what's being proposed here is to make this law in perpetuity. And when you do that, I think you owe it to the public to ensure that you have canvassed the public and that they indeed feel that the law is in good purpose and will serve good purpose in the years and months to come. So we asked a few questions, and this certainly increases the fines enshrined in the legislation that are already in force and effect. And the Premier noted already when this was announced that this was already made law. He stated that the new fines and obeying the orders of the Chief Medical Officer were, and I quote, an absolute legal requirement. So the Premier has said this is already law. Why are we in here doing this right now? Why is the government view it necessary to bring forward these amendments to the Public Health Act to change in legislation what's already in effect through the order? Can the government explain why the legislation needs to be passed and what's changed between March 25th and today when we're here debating this, when the order actually came forward on the 25th? That's when it became law. So the powers given to the government under the Public Health Act and the Emergency Management Act during the crisis are enormous, and that's a good thing. We need to ensure that our Chief Medical Officer of Health has the powers to be able to protect us all and keep us safe and do what's in the public interest. So the government can do, well, the Chief Medical Officer essentially can do pretty much what's necessary now, in my opinion, and I don't see how modifying this act beyond the ministerial order gives any additional powers or protections to the Chief Medical Officer of Health and in turn to the public. I also have to say that since there are no specific powers being requested through the amending act, I guess I have some additional questions. Can the government explain in plain language to all Albertans? There's a lot of Albertans paying attention right now from home, right? We're finding new ways to fill our days. So a lot of people who don't normally scour the Legislative Assembly website are actually listening to what we have to say here. So I would love if somebody from the government can stand up and in plain language say what the new powers and legislation are that they're trying to urge through this legislation. Because, in the couple of days that we've had to review this, essentially a day and a half, I still struggle to find them. So in their view, in the government's view, what would they be able to do once this bill passes that they can't do after the ministerial order came into effect on March 25th? In normal times, government does have a responsibility to significant public disclosure, and any changes with regard to legislation, for example, must be brought through the House through multiple readings, and there's usually extensive engagement, an opportunity for folks to give feedback. But under the Public Health Act, during a time of pandemic or public health emergency, the government has significant power to do almost everything, including modifications to laws that govern Albertans. However, under the Public Health Act, there is no requirement for immediate public disclosure. And in the amendments package that's being brought forward by the government that we're considering here today, there is no additional transparent public disclosure requirements. So my question is, why did the government not bring forward immediate public disclosure requirements on any order issued during the public health emergency, this public health emergency or any other? And what message does it send to Albertans about government transparency during an emergency when we are rushing so quickly to get this through without adding any of those additional precautions? This bill amends emergency powers in the Public Health Act, and it clarifies that any minister can amend an act they are responsible for, any minister, if that minister, by MO, at the subject of discretion of, again, that minister, views that it's in the public interest. That's huge. That's a huge sweeping power during the time of a public health emergency. Whereas I understand it today, or at least in the past, things need to be related to the public interest in terms of health public interest. So for any minister being able to, in their opinion, change legislation through MO, legislation that's been debated in this place for the last 100 years through the standing orders that we all agreed to be able to throw those standing orders out the window and change things because that minister believes it's in the public interest, I think is not representative of good democracy or fair and forthright decision making. The changes that the minister makes, though, however, cannot impose an increase to taxes or appropriate public revenues or create a new offense with retroactive effect. Okay, well, I guess that's good, but it is pretty minimal, the barriers there to the changes. And the unamended legislation previously lacked clarity. If it previously lacked clarity, as has been suggested by some folks in the government, then perhaps authority to amend that law had to flow from the Minister of Health, or perhaps we could have actually considered amending that law at a later time and had the opportunity to give clear and consistent clarity in this House. Because again, the Premier has been very clear in his press conferences, the Chief Medical Officer has been very clear in her press conferences. What was announced on March 25th already came into effect earlier that day. So again, I struggle to know why us being here today and rushing to bring through a bill when it's already law through an order is a priority for this government. Because I know what it's like to be a minister when you're dealing with a crisis that's localized to one region in the province. I know that when the Fort McMurray wildfires were happening, I was on constant briefings. I was constantly getting updates about what was happening with the actual hospital, what was happening with the patients, how we were going to make sure that they were all moved out. What we were doing around lodges to make sure that the patients in the lodges, which I guess they are patients or residents, but the folks who lived in the lodge would be properly housed in other communities once they were removed, because technically they're independent living, but I think all of us know folks in lodges who can't independently find their own housing in another city in the middle of a crisis like the wildfire. I'm sure the Minister for Transportation, when he was dealing with the Calgary floods, felt an immense sense of responsibility when he was navigating those systems and trying to make sure that the folks in his ministry and the folks he represented in Calgary and in the entire province, frankly, had his focus on what was most important. So my question is this the most important right now? I think I know the answer. I think the answer is not so much.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
I don't want to take up too much time, but I'll try to give a bit of a response as briefly as I can. I think we tried to make it clear that we're putting these things through now because we don't know for how long, how many of us will be how healthy. We're hopefully that all of us on all sides of the House will remain healthy the whole time, but since we can't predict that currently, we are putting these things through so that we can get on to dealing with the emergency, and we will be judged in the fullness of time on how well or how poorly we do that. We just need right now to have the authority to do it, which is what we're asking the House for, and I don't actually mean this disrespectfully, but to the honourable member this isn't her first term, so the honourable member knows that how long we are here talking about these things is very much in her hands.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you. The Minister also knows that there will unless he thinks every single one of us in here is going to end up unable to work. There will always be a minister. There will always be the ability to bring forward a ministerial order. I think that the more that we put ourselves in this place, the higher the risk that we actually could potentially, one of us and therefore many of us, get ill. So the government is who calls this House back. The government is who already said this is law. The government already brought through a ministerial order. And now the government is calling people from all across this province. I'm sure many members here would like to be able to be at home helping their children homeschool or helping with, I know a lot of folks in Canuso where I grew up, cows are still calving. It'd be really nice to be able to be there and help out the people that you've hired to help you and your family. So I'd like to know that things that we're actually doing in this place are actually going to make a difference. And I don't think that that's too much to ask. This is already law. A minister has the ability to grant another ministerial order at any time. We don't need to have a bill passed in this place to be able to give the minister the ability to continue on with what's already law and became law on the 25th. So I appreciate that the Minister of Transportation did rise to respond to my remarks. I wish they were more about what the actual purpose of this bill was and the necessity of the bill, rather than telling us that we should, essentially wrap things up and pass this bill that's being brought through under the cover of a pandemic when I don't see the purpose of this bill. And I think that is troubling precedent to set when no other legislature in our country is sitting to call us back to rubber stamp ministerial orders. I don't think that that is becoming of a government. I don't think it's great modeling for the public. I, of course, am here because I think that there are a number of things that the government has done that they didn't bother to bring to this House, like massive amendments to their budget that we just passed 2 weeks ago, massive amendments to that budget that resulted in the biggest single-day layoff notice to working Albertans in the history of our province. I struggle to have anyone else tell me another single day where there were more than 20,000 layoffs issued through 3 tweets and a press release. So those are the kinds of things that I think we certainly owe it to the public to have full and thorough debate on. The ministers and Premier said so passionately that we must pass a budget. We must give that certainty to the people of Alberta. And then 13 days later, they torched that budget and laid off 20,000 public sector workers. So, here we are debating a bill that's already law. And I think that's disrespectful to the private members of this Assembly. I think it's disrespectful to the cabinet members of this Assembly. And I think it doesn't demonstrate that we are indeed doing what we can with this time to make the best decisions in the public interest. Because these things essentially have already been decided. The Premier already said they're law. He's right, they are. They were law on the 25th. Don't break the law. And I also would say, don't come to this place and pretend you're doing things that matter when there are things we could really be doing in this place that do matter. We could be making active steps right now to make sure that families, workers, small businesses, I have been hearing from small businesses that are already deciding that, if that's nice that they can take a $40,000 loan, but if that loan is only to pay money to a landlord for their lease, for their place of business, and they can't make any money, because they've been ordered non-essential, they're shutting down their businesses this week. What are we doing about that? What are we doing to ensure that we're saving those small businesses in our communities, those jobs and those services in our communities?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today. I haven't had a chance to speak a lot about just the situation that we're in and the response to COVID, and so I'll bring in a little bit of that when I speak about Bill 10 today. I really want to start, however, by expressing my sympathies to the families of all those that we've lost due to COVID-19, and we know that these are humans that have stories, and I think we always have to caution when giving the daily updates and whatnot to know that those deaths aren't just numbers. And I'd like to just take a quick moment, if you'll indulge me, just to talk about one of the people who died most recently. And I'm quoting from a news story, so I will share that with you in Hansard. the youngest, in fact, death in Canada to date, and that was 34-year-old Sean OJ. And I just want to point this out because, of course, there's some misinformation right now about this being an old person's disease, and that's certainly not true. And the Chief Medical Officer of Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, talked about the fact that the young are not spared, and adults under 40 account for 10% of hospitalizations. And just yesterday, of course, Sean OJ passed away. And you know, he was a loving husband, he was a father, he was a son, he was a brother and an uncle. I didn't know him personally, but I know some folks who did know him, and so my heart goes out to them. He was a mentor, he was a friend. His sister said that he was a fantastic father, husband, provider. He went over and above for his family. He was funny, he was a jokester, he loved taking photos of people eating and then posting those on Facebook. His dream was to open up a group home in their hamlet of Gerrard, which is in northern Alberta. So their family's hoping to achieve that legacy for him. So I just want to point out that one example of someone who's lost his life, and it just reminds us how short life is, and it also reminds us to reflect on the crisis and reflect on what really matters as we're dealing with this collectively. So again, my heart goes out to Sean and to his family and to all those who've lost a loved one. And I want to just thank all the doctors, all the nurses, all the frontline healthcare workers who are putting in extremely long hours right now, and just working under the most stressful of conditions to try to protect us all. And as I noted earlier, too, I want to just point out that I want to thank as well those working in other front lines, if that's shelter workers, women's shelters, and shelters for those experiencing homelessness. And of course, all the others who are on the front lines who are helping indirectly, right? Even grocery store workers, they are helping to keep us safe as well, and to keep us nourished. So. I'm going to echo some of the comments of my wonderful colleague from Edmonton, Glenora, in really just hammering home the importance of asking questions around Bill 10, the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act. I have to reiterate the fact that we're truly not certain why we're debating this legislation when many of these increased measures outlined in the bill, including higher fines, see, I just touched my face, so I gotta stop doing that, are already in effect. Thank you, hand sanitizer. Little PSA for hand sanitizer as I'm speaking here. But truly, there is no need for a bill when the government has already increased the fine levy amounts without it. So the amendments, or the legislation that we're debating, really don't give the government a lot more power, because we know that they are already enshrined in legislation in this act, in the Emergency Management Act. And we know a number of my colleagues have asked really pertinent questions, and we haven't really gotten clear answers from officials and from the ministers relevant about the why. The clear need for this legislation. I know that the government House Leader, in fact, was asked about this, and frankly kind of just ignored the question and said that this needs to be debated. I can tell you, I'm just, even right now, I can see lots of emails coming into my inbox, my Edmonton Highlands Norwood email, and folks are really focused on the essential issues of the day, right? Supporting healthcare workers, supporting education, ensuring that we have a safe place, especially in my riding. I'm hearing a lot of concerns about ensuring that we have safe places for those who are experiencing homelessness. I have to say I've not received one email that's about this bill and about this act. And we do. I mean, as the honourable member from Edmonton Glenora spoke about earlier, a lot of folks are tuned in. People are more, the former social studies teacher in me is very excited about the fact that people are really engaged in politics right now, and that people are telling me that they're watching me right now online, which is great. But people are tuned in, and people are paying attention, and they're hopefully learning more about the important role that we have here in the House But they're not asking, you know, like I said, they're asking questions about a number of issues right now, but I'm not hearing any concern about this one. And again, I can certainly say that I'm not a lawyer, and I can rely on a lot of my lawyer colleagues in our caucus to explain things to me. But from my review, I just don't see the necessity of Bill 10. However, we are here and we are debating, and so we want to, as the official opposition, get on the record some of the questions that we have about said legislation. Now, first one I want to speak about is the increased fines. We know that the fines that are enshrined in Bill 10 are already in full force and effect. And I mean, again, I agree completely with the measures that governments have taken across this province to ensure that there are fines, right? That people are obeying the law, and the medical chief medical officer has been very clear about this. You know, it's absolutely essential, absolutely. But why is it necessary to bring forward these amendments, these amendments to the Public Health Act to change legislation which is really already in effect? So I'd like the government, and I know my colleague asked the same question, but I'd like them to more clearly outline if and when this legislation passes, what will have changed? What will have changed? And please be quite specific about that, because again, it's not clear to us. The powers given to the government under the Public Health Act and the Emergency Management Act are quite substantial. They're quite significant. So the government could, and this is the concern, the government could pretty much do anything right now under these powers. And I think we have to be really cautious. There's been some good analyses by folks smarter than me about the ability for governments to not only restrict civil liberties during times of crisis, but to fundamentally shift the direction of a jurisdiction. And so I think we have to be careful of government overreach, and this is why we are taking the time to debate this legislation thoroughly in this House. We can't act abruptly when we don't know the full scope of this legislation's impact. This could be a lot of things. I mean, this gives the government powers to do anything from confiscating property to the conscription of our citizens. I mean, there are no new specific powers being requested through this amendment. There are some slight changes to processes, but ultimately there's no new ultimate powers that we can see. And again, I want to hammer home what my colleague talked about. Like I said, I'm clearly not a lawyer. I often need things explained to me in non-lawyer person language. But from the conversations I've had with my colleagues and with others, I need to know in plain language what are the changes, because we're not seeing them. What are those new powers? And I know some of the members opposite are speaking a little bit and amongst themselves, and were earlier when my colleague was speaking as well. So I hope maybe some of them will rise and speak a little bit more thoroughly to this bill, because I believe they didn't speak this morning either. So if you could, I would appreciate you answering a few of these questions for us. Let's go on to another issue here. In normal times, government has a responsibility for significant public disclosure. So we know that any changes to legislation must be brought before this House, as we are right now. Under the Public Health Act, during a public health emergency, the government has significant power to do almost anything, which includes modifying any laws that govern Albertans. But, and here's the but, under the Public Health Act, there is no requirement for immediate public disclosure. And in this amendment package brought in by this government, there's no additional transparent public disclosure requirements. So again, this is a time that calls for absolute transparency from our government. Our citizens need to know that they have faith in their government. So what message does that send to Albertans about government transparency during an emergency? In my opinion, it sends a questionable one. And again, it merits conversation. Now, I want to talk about a couple of other issues that have been brought to me when it comes to Bill 10. So we know that it amends the emergency powers in the Public Health Act. We know that it clarifies that any minister can amend any act that they're responsible for by ministerial order. It's a lot of things. I mean, I think back to my days working in education, and the ministerial orders that could be just easily modified in education, as an example, would be quite alarming. And of course, the government might say, "Oh, that's not what we're talking about here." But again, this change will allow those powers. We know that it can't impose or increase new taxes. But as I said, and it has to be very clear that any minister over there can amend any act for which they are responsible. Those are significant powers. Now, we know as well, coming back to the issue of fines, we know as well that the bill increases fines for those who are in contravention of a public health order. But I want to, again, reiterate the fact that those fines have already been increased because of a ministerial order, and they are already clearly in force and effect. So again, why the need for these amendments? Now, it's really unclear, just to kind of summarize my points, it's really unclear to us what the bill does ultimately. And it's very likely, I mean, it's pretty certain, in fact, that sufficient powers to do all the things listed in this amendment package already existed in legislation, whether that was the Public Health Act or the Emergency Management Act. And I have to bring back to, in hearing from what our health critic, the member for Edmonton City Centre, has spoken about. He asked in the briefing kind of just to dig in a little bit why this is needed now. So just to get that clarity, so why, like truly, not being partisan here, we just want to understand why this is needed at this time. Why now? They couldn't answer. They couldn't answer immediately. Yeah, which is a bit alarming in a time of a pandemic, which we're facing right now. Unprecedented times, as I keep hearing the members opposite talk about, right? This is absolutely unprecedented times. I believe those officials did follow up later and note that it's needed to increase transparency. I'm quoting here: needed to increase transparency, ratify powers originally exercised by ministerial order, and ensure the validity of stricter penalties. Now again, let me come back to each of those pieces to make it very clear why we're concerned about this. It's not increasing transparency. Not even a little bit. Yes, it certainly does ratify the powers originally exercised by ministerial order, but that's a concern. Why those sweeping changes, or why those changes that give potentially sweeping power to every minister in this House? Again, I need answers. We need answers. Ensure the validity of stricter penalties for violating the orders of the Chief Medical Officer. Again, those penalties are already enforceable. And we know that Albertans broadly are very much following the advice of the Chief Medical Officer. And we've heard that there are, bylaw officers and police officers and whatnot who are extremely vigilant right now, ensuring that Albertans are following these measures. So again, it's not clear to me why this is needed. Why at this time? There lacks a clear reason for the immediacy, the need to push this through. And for those watching at home, of which there are more than usual,
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you to my colleague from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, because I found her remarks on Bill 10 to be well informed, certainly raising a lot of questions for myself. One of the things that I really took from my colleague's debate on this piece that I just wanted to respond to quickly was around the ability for ministers to change legislation through ministerial order. Simply because it really does expand the powers, and In my view, having the Executive Council members, the ministers, to be able to override or change decisions of the legislature is something that we should be approaching with utmost caution. I think we need to make sure our eyes are completely open around the necessity of that. We want to make sure that the powers that are used, even during a time of pandemic, are reasonable, measured, required, that there isn't an over-granting of powers, and that they are used in a clear and fully disclosed way. One of the things that I'm curious about, and through the debate at second reading and into committee of the whole, I hope to hear more about, is how will the public transparently know when these powers have been used? How will the public know when legislation that was debated fully in this House, which is accessible to Albertans through Hansard and through the video feeds, which I understand a number of people are watching the debate today, if legislation passed here is changed through ministerial order as a result of pandemic, how does the public find out about that? Or how does that change? Also, even during his press conference, I know I heard the Premier talking about potential sunset provisions, which the legislation does not currently contain. And so in granting a great deal of additional power to the Executive Council, power to change things that this House decides, which is a great power indeed. Oh, almost touched my face as well. Good note. How long will these powers be in place for? Because right now, as it's drafted, this legislation, it appears to put those powers in place forever. And so these are some of the things that, listening to my colleague from Highlands Norwood respond to Bill 10 at second reading, comes to mind for me. And so I appreciate this opportunity under 29.2a to respond to the comments from my colleague. The one piece I didn't hear my colleague talk about that is a concern of mine, and so I will simply ask the question. As I understand it, Bill 10 gives the government power to conscript peace officers from the cities without having to talk to the municipalities. And I know that was something that jumped out at me as potentially concerning. Like, I'm just wondering if the member had made note of that portion of Bill 10 or has any thoughts on that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Yeah, thank you to the member from Edmonton Millwoods for those additional comments. Yeah, I mean that's certainly a concern as well. And again, it's very much buried in this legislation. And I'll just finish my thought because I left the viewers at home hanging. What I was saying is, for those at home, you know, I was urging this government to think about adjusting some of the features of this bill, and wanting them to answer why in fact we are debating this, because you know the reality is this, for those at home, this government does have a majority and they will likely pass this, and I really want to hammer home the fact that we are quite concerned about the powers given within this piece of legislation. So I would urge those members opposite to think critically about Bill 10 and about the need for it at this time, because again, all the analysis that we have done really leaves us with a whole lot more questions than answers, and I think we have to be really wary of this sort of creeping government overreach, potential government overreach. Again, I'm saying potential because I'm hopeful that this government will listen to our concerns, and I'm hopeful as well that some of the members opposite will speak to this bill, because I would just love some clarity here, and I would love some answers on some of the really important questions that myself and all my members, all our members here in the official opposition have. So. Again, and our biggest concerns, just to recap, being around. Thanks.
The Honourable Minister of Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Wrong seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the questions too. And I just wanted to say that, Madam Speaker, one of the huge privileges of being able to be here is to actually debate legislation. And just to speak quickly about a ministerial order, depending on how one views the House, a ministerial order can be enforced, but only law can be made here in the House. And I think it's really important, especially because there are a lot of questions. And as I can imagine for everybody, especially the beautiful folks that we represent in this province, the amount of information that is just being brought to them in massive quantities at a time when there's a crisis, when we are losing people that we love, and to just speak to what the member had said about the loss of our loved ones, we're all just feeling that at such a deep level and trying to understand within our own families and lives and the culture of where the world is right now. This is a global situation. It's not just Alberta. We can't just put up a bubble around our province and just assume that we're the only ones that are being impacted. These impacts are being felt long and far and wide. I have family in India, and just hearing every single day what they're going through, and we have 1.2 billion people there that are literally on top of each other trying to figure out how they social distance. So I feel very privileged to be in this country where we're having a seat between us in the legislature to be able to come back here and debate this is probably one of the biggest privileges of my life, to be able to do this, as hard as it is. And to the point, of course, most of us would like to be home with our families right now and helping out in any way that we can, and especially because our neighbors need our help. So many do. But I would love to also say that a ministerial order is different than passing law. And to the point what the member said, there are a lot of questions, and good questions that are necessary, and we appreciate those questions, which hence the reason transparency happens when you open something up for a debate. We can debate as long as you want about whether or not we should be here. I myself will be here as long as is needed, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of my colleagues as well too, to do whatever is necessary to save as many lives as possible, to direct dollars to the front lines, to make sure that we save as many lives as humanly possible within our capacity and what we have available to us. And I'm very, very proud of our Premier and all of our colleagues here and our opposition as well too for the work that they're doing on the ground. I know that everybody is getting a ton of emails and a ton of questions. But one thing that is the most important is that there's so much rhetoric that is going on out there right now that is not positive, not helpful, and is hugely impactful when you add to that the fear of what's going on into everybody's homes right now. The ability to have clarification and have a moment to have a discussion is very, very important. And when you have a debate, when you're able to have a discussion like this, a lot of those things come to the surface. Things that not everybody can think about at all times. Hence the reason we have a democracy and we have the ability to do this. And the member was talking, the other member was talking about our budget and the need to get it across the finish line. We had to get that across the finish line as fast as possible. And they're correct, things have changed. But hasn't the world changed, Madam Speaker? Where were we 3 weeks ago? Did we think that this was what we would be debating right now? I can honestly tell you in my lifetime, I didn't think I'd be standing here right now on the precipice of opportunities to make sure that we're able to protect the people of our province, the very people who put all of us here. To be able to look into the eyes of your constituents knowing that you've done your level best to make sure that dollars end up in their hands, and the work that the Premier and Emergency Cabinet have done with the Prime Minister and the ministers across the federal level as well too, to help them understand the unique needs of Alberta. These are all things that we'll walk away from one day in this House, and as the Minister of Transportation said, we'll all be judged for sure on how it is that we handle this crisis. But I can honestly say here, standing with my colleagues, that it's been a it's extremely profound to work with a group of people who care so deeply about the people of this province. Always have and always will. And I would hope that we can work together on this collaboratively to figure out how it is that we move forward. We're asking for that collaboration. We're in need of that collaboration. Questions are always a good thing, but this is really about adjusting. And if the member is concerned about pieces being buried in this bill or anything like that, the reason we're here is so they're not. This piece of legislation does give a lot of rights to the ministers and to the government. We want to make sure that everybody in this province knows that when you enact something like this, you don't do it lightly. And to just do it through a ministerial order and not have the opportunity to debate it in the House and in front of the people who we represent and who put us here, I think would be highly inappropriate. So thank you very much for the moment, and I hope that provides some clarity over ministerial order versus the laws. And thank you.
The Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Minister for comments. I guess as one of two police officers that are in this chamber, I feel obligated to speak as I was listening this morning and listening to my honourable members on the other side certainly talk about peace officers and talk about police officers. So certainly I've had the opportunity to read their concerns, and as I look at Bill 10 and I look at the section for which they're referring to, as I read it, and Madam Speaker, I don't want to read the entire section here. However, the way I do what I do take from this is that it's not granting any extra powers to those peace officers. It's really understanding that in an emergency, which sometimes decisions are made in exigent circumstances, and I'm taking this from a position of somebody who has experience in these situations, Madam Speaker, and dynamic situations where people's lives are certainly on the line. Sometimes you need to redeploy resources. And by eliminating a certain step in redeploying those resources, it is how you effectively get those resources to where they need to go in order to save lives. If I need to take that extra step, and I've brought up here the current Peace Officers Act, which when I read it, it talks about talking to the peace officer's employer and getting essentially permission. We'll say, no, that's not a direct quote, but I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, the printing is a little small there for me to read. But, look, yeah, sure, right. If it wasn't exigent circumstances and people's lives were on the line, then yeah, I guess you can follow through normal processes that I would call, from a police perspective, bureaucratic processes. But in these situations, decisions are made, and they need to be made quickly, and people need to respond quickly. And having been somebody who was a first responder in the 2013 flood, I can tell you that any peace officer and any police officer, you tell me where to go, sir, ma'am. That's all I was asking for. And I will go and I will do my job. And any peace officer, from a parking attendant peace officer all the way to the fully empowered police officer, was more than happy to go wherever they were being deployed. They weren't wanting consent or permission from their supervisor. They knew lives were on the line, and they said, you know what, you tell me where to go and I'm going to do it. So you know what? When I sit here and read this, and again, exigent circumstances, in an emergency situation, the minister or his designates have to redeploy resources sometimes as quick as a snap of the finger, right? And to eliminate that step only helps to save lives in these situations. So again, I'm not talking from a position where I'm trying to talk about a subject that I know nothing about. I'm talking from a position of experience, somebody that has been in command of very dynamic situations that really, to be honest with you, decisions have to be made and made quick, and do not, and to be honest with you, when you take those I would say, steps that sometimes can be seen as bureaucratic, that's when you start to put the lives on the line. That's why in these situations you have a central point of command. You don't have a bunch of people in various departments making decisions over here and over there and all over everywhere. That's why you have a central point of command, and that commander is getting all the necessary information that they're getting from all the people around them, and then executing and making the necessary decisions that are going to save lives. So when I see this, I see it as a good thing. I see it as a way to redeploy peace officers in ways that we can use to save lives in extraordinary and exigent circumstances. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to stand up. I listened, like I said, I listened very closely to what the members opposite were saying this morning, and closely enough that quite frankly, I wanted to make sure that I read every single line of this proposed section, especially as it relates to peace officers and police officers. And, I thank you very much.
Any other members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to get up and address bills before the House. In this instance, Bill No. 10, Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act. Before I begin, I also want to express, as many of my colleagues have, my sympathies for the families, especially those Alberta families, but all families, Canadian, and even all across the world. As the minister across the way just mentioned, her family back in India, or people back in India, we're all connected to communities globally, and I just want to express to everyone that may be impacted, has someone that is sick or someone who has passed away, my sincere sympathies, and my prayers are with you all, and hoping that we're going to get through this, and make sure that we can do the very best as a province to make sure that we get through this. And of course, we couldn't do that without the incredible work being done by frontline workers, doctors, nurses, you name it. And I've heard from so many of them in my own constituency, and the concerns that they have, and what we could do as a government in order to help them. I mean, and even volunteers as well. I want to express to them as well, people in the communities that are just coming to me with suggestions. I want to thank all those people that are coming to me and expressing their concerns and ideas, and of course those are passing on to colleagues, and then of course presenting them here in the House. Specifically, I want to address the Sikh community, because of course April is Sikh Heritage Month, and I want to say thank you to the members of the Sikh community that have reached out to me, because as many in the chamber may know, it is customary for Sikhs at their gurdwaras to provide food when people go and worship. Now, of course, the gurdwaras are closed right now. People are not being recommended to go to the gurdwaras, of course, because there's just too many people in one place. And the Sikh community, though, has that practice of providing food to members of the community that are in need. And I want to thank those members that have reached out to me to ask me specifically, well, Honourable Member, how can we make sure that we can continue to get food to the people who are in need, but at the same time respecting the law and what's been recommended by the Chief Medical Officer. So I want to say thank you to those individuals that have reached out to me, and I've recommended to them to follow what the Chief Medical Officer has stated and what they should do. And even with all those restrictions, they're still making sure to get food to people in their communities that they know that are in need of that food. And it just goes to show how amazing Albertans are. That even going through a global pandemic like the one we are going through right now, they're still making sure that people in their community who are in need are getting the help that they need. So thank you once again to the members of the Sikh community, and I want to wish you all, considering what we're going through, at the same time, I still want to wish you a wonderful Sikh Heritage Month, and thank you to the contribution of Sikhs to this community, to this province, this community. You make us a better province because of your contributions and your dedication to helping those in need. Of course, I want to make sure that we're recommending to all Albertans that they're following the recommendations of the Chief Medical Officer in terms of so that they can contribute to reducing the impact of this global pandemic. Now, I know that many people are going through difficult times because everyone's being encouraged to stay home, and I'm sure that that's taxing on a lot of people to be able to not have that opportunity to get out and socialize as much as they would. I mean, all that's recommended is, all that we can recommend is that you do as much of that online as you possibly can. Stay connected with your loved ones, your families, but make sure that you're taking into consideration all the recommendations by the Chief Medical Officer. Specifically, being someone from a faith community, I just want to also speak to the members of all faith communities that I know that this is a tough time because you're so used to it. I mean, I for one, am finding it difficult not being able to get together with my community, in especially for prayers. It's a difficult time not being able to connect because, I mean, of course, it's so much of prayer in our community is about getting together and being able to pray together. So I understand that that's very difficult for all faith communities. And I want to thank you for making sure to follow through with the recommendations of the Chief Medical Officer, even though our faith calls us to pray together. And I understand how difficult that may be. That being said, I'm really puzzled why we're here in the House to debate this specific bill in terms of Bill 10, the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act. I mean, I understand the importance of making sure that the higher fines, I want to state that's important. It's important that we have people following through, making sure that when they are out in public that there's appropriate social or physical distancing, and I understand that that's very important, that we need to have that in place. But more broadly, the amendments in the legislation that are being debated, they do not give the government any more power than they already need. So, and even when in the briefings, when officials were asked to explain, okay, well, why is this legislation necessary? And they were even having a hard time explaining and justifying, struggling to articulate exactly what this bill would actually do. So it calls into question, well, why are we here? Why are we debating this if even officials can't articulate why it's important to do? So, I mean, people have gotten up from the other side, on the government side, even private members from the other side, to explain certain things. I understand, but there's nothing that can't be done through a ministerial order. And it's highly puzzling why we're actually here, actually debating this. So with that being said, Madam Speaker, I'll end my comments there. Thank you very much.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for all of your wonderful comments, especially about what's going on in the world right now, and also, of course, mentioning Vaisakhi that's coming up, which is also a Hindu celebration as well, too, so thank you for that. I wanted to, I think that, I'll just answer it quickly, but I believe that the title, Madam Speaker, Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act, is clarification. This has been done very few times in the histories of legislatures and parliaments and at this global level, Madam Speaker. We've never seen anything like this, Madam Speaker. This is unprecedented times, Madam Speaker. Clarifications around this are simply that powers are being given to government to be able to move things ahead should resources need to be allocated in the areas that are needed towards the front lines, police services, and other things. Again, I believe, Madam Speaker, the officials were probably fairly clear. I wasn't in the meeting, but I would suggest that Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 would suggest enough clarification. Thank you.
Any other speakers under Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none, any other speakers to the main bill? Seeing none, would the Minister like to close debate? The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
I know, the title doesn't get any shorter, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can close the debate. I apologize, sorry.
No? Okay. We will just vote then. The Honourable Government has moved second reading of Bill 10, the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Health. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried.
Bill 10, Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Debate adjourned. Mr. Ceci speaking.
Are there any members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to speak to Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statute Amendment Act 2020. I think the bill deals with critically important issues relating to oil field and environmental liabilities, and certainly an issue that I'm particularly interested in, Albertans are interested in, and Albertans have a vested interest in this subject. However, we are seeing this bill brought forward at a time, this important piece of legislation at a time when we are sitting with reduced number of MLAs, and we were called back to deal with things that couldn't wait during this pandemic. And dealing with an issue of utmost importance, utmost interest to Albertans with a reduced number of MLAs, I think it's a disservice to Albertans on this particular issue. On all issues, I think Albertans deserve to have their voices heard in this legislature. Albertans deserve to have their representatives be present in this legislature when issues of this much importance are discussed in this assembly. Well, here we are though. And also I would say that as much this issue is important, environmental liabilities, oil field liabilities, their management is important. That's an issue that has been out there for last 3-4 decades, if not more. And don't see why it was that urgent for the government to call the session back in the middle of this pandemic and rush through this bill, which deserves a considerable debate and as I said earlier, that all Albertans should be represented when this bill is discussed. If we talk about the particulars of this bill. It deals with the mandate of Orphanville Association. It in fact expands its mandate in a way that they may be able to deal with the properties where some care is needed and necessary. They may be asked by Alberta Energy Regulator to step into looking after these facilities, oil wells, other than the work they are doing. So it's a considerable expansion of their mandate. Again, that's an important expansion, and that needs and deserves time to be considered. Also, it impacts industry, these independent organizations. It impacts landowners. It impacts taxpayers, Albertans as a whole. And it also impacts AER and other entities. Again, these are important concerns that have been touched on in this piece of legislation, and I think rushing it through at a time is not sensible or appropriate. The bill may have some changes that are sensible, but again, end of the day, these are changes to an issue that is of utmost importance, that has been out there for many, many years and deserves our full attention when House is sitting in full and all the MLAs are able to be here and represent their constituents. And then a few other things I would like to highlight. That it expands significantly the government role in managing this association and in managing this Orphanville inventory in this province. And I can point to a number of sections in this bill, in particular, one which deals with the reg-making authority for the government, that gives government pretty much a carte blanche to do whatever they want to do with this fund. And prior to these changes, this organization was an independent organization that was working with a mandate from AER. But now what government is doing with this is that the Lieutenant Governor in Council may make regulation necessary to carry out the provision of this act. In the power they are giving, they include respecting the administration of orphan funds. So now it's not AER, rather government is giving itself the power to administer this fund through regulation without any oversight of the legislature and without a full discussion in full House in this legislature. They are also giving themselves power respecting the purposes for which Orphanville Fund may be used. I think that organization exists for a certain purpose, but now it seems like that the government has the power to pass a regulation, pass an order in council that they can change the purposes for which these funds are used. And similarly, they also are giving themselves power of limiting, regulating, and controlling the exercise of regulators' discretion with respect to orphan funds. So discretion by its definition is something that you have control over. So if AER has some discretion, it means that it is within their purview, the way they do something or conduct certain business. And here what government is doing, that they're giving themselves a legislative power that through order in council, they can restrict, they can limit, and they can control AER's discretion. And I think short of completely taking over this Orphan Well Association, government has at least given them every power possible to control this organization. And they are doing it in a really rushed manner when representatives for all Albertans can't be here. And when we were in government, especially from my colleagues from rural constituencies, I used to hear a lot of concerns about property right owners, landowners, and a couple of things also relate to property right owners, landowners here as well, that if AER delegates, for instance, to Orphan Well Association, the task of providing the reasonable care of a well facility or some site, they are protecting the lease owner's right to they're protecting lease owner right in that the delegated authority will be required to seek consent from the owner before they could produce or do anything. The thing is that AER, our government, they will only delegate that authority in circumstances where they would know that the owner is not providing that reasonable care, and there need to be somebody instead of owner who should provide that reasonable care. But they're still protecting the owner's right here. But on the other hand, if delegated authority need to enter private landowner's land, they can do that without their consent. Like, two sets of owners are treated differently, and I'm sure that MLAs from rural Alberta constituencies, if they ask landowners, they will have a lot to say about this as well. And I think the language that's been used in this piece of legislation is also subject to a lot of interpretation. For instance, terms like providing reasonable care and maintenance. That's opening up floodgate of litigation, that what's reasonable care in any given circumstances. That could mean something different. For every facility, it could mean something different. And someone, whether it's AER or in the event people don't agree with their decision, courts will have to interpret what that reasonable care looks like. Same thing, the words like reasonable costs are used here. According to even AER estimates, that liability that we have in terms of oil field environmental liability, it's somewhere in billions. Some estimates say close to 300 billion. At what point those costs won't be reasonable? Who will decide that whether these costs are reasonable or not? How much costs OWA can incur? All those kind of things. And then there are provisions within this piece of legislation that deal with the liabilities among the working interest partners. I think when people start some business, they make joint ventures or corporations, they are in it for the benefit of that. They are in it if there are losses as well. But here, I think they are carving out ability that where a regulator can step in and apportion liability among the working interest partners. I think those in the oil and gas sector may have to say more about it as well. And we are talking about situations, circumstances where I think companies are in trouble, they are not managing sites properly, and there is need for government or a delegate authority on behalf of government to step in. So there will be consequences for legal consequences for insolvency in those areas. And I think if we reach out to somebody who is practicing in those areas, we'll have something to say about that as well. So in short, I think in principle, I agree that government of the day, every government need to take this liability seriously and need to take steps to make sure that we are remediating, we are suspending, we are doing that work in a way that has minimal impact on our environment, and the development we are making is made in a way that has minimal adverse impact on environment. That's an important job, but I think it's too important a topic, too important an area that we should be rushing through with reduced number of MLAs present in the House and at a time when I think Albertans have many other things that they would want this government to be prioritized.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I believe that in the middle of this pandemic, where we are right now, it has been my experience in the privilege that I've had in speaking with thousands of Albertans over the last few weeks. Not only are they looking to the government for immediate action, which they're seeing, but they're also looking for a vision for the future. And the member knows that many discussions around orphan wells happened in the past 5 years. The need to be able to clean these wells up, the environmental parts of that. Not only that, wide consultation that will happen with landowners as well too. The assumption that that won't happen because of the bill wanting to be passed at this point in time is not appropriate, because it's absolutely imperative. But more than that is the ability to be able to work on a project that needs to be taken care of. And in fact, I can remember on several occasions debating the need to have legislation and to work with the AER on what the process would be in order to take care of these orphan wells. In fact, I do believe the member opposite brought this up on many occasions about the need to be able to take care of this issue. And I also recall having had the privilege of being the critic in this particular in energy at that time, about asking about what that would look like, what would we do, what could we do, that it was an absolutely imperative issue. Albertans are going to be looking for, Madam Chair, not only what we're doing now, but where are we post-COVID? What is our plan for the economy? How do we bounce back? How do we re-engage all of the important things that all of us are doing when we get out of our homes and reconnect with the people that we love and start to put this province back together again? Because in case the member didn't realize, we've been hit in a very, very difficult way, not only with COVID, but also with what is happening with oil and gas in the world right now. And the impact that that's having on this province is a double whammy hit. So for those of us who are actually thinking forward and into the future and what that's going to look off in that jumping off point, this is one of those things that we can do. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it is a job creator. And for those who will be seeking to come back, to be able to bring people back into this province, once we are healthy, once we are well, once we have taken care of the immediate crisis at this point in time, it would be my hope that the opposition would look at this as an opportunity to be able to bring forward a piece of legislation collaboratively, even if we are in smaller numbers at this point in time, to do something that is in the best interest of our environment, our province, our industry, and globally in terms of how people respect and understand our sector here in this province. In case the member didn't remember, we are the best, greenest, cleanest, and most unbelievably appropriate group of people in the world to bring resources out of the ground in responsible resource stewardship. It starts here. Canadian resources are absolutely the most responsibly resourced in the world. Not only that, we're going to bring forward legislation with the help of the opposition to be able to look at how it is that we clean up an issue of orphan wells that has been an issue in this province for some time. I look very forward to being able to work alongside with the industry and the opposition in finding ways as to how we can help put our people back to work post-COVID. I hope that the member opposite is asking questions in light of being able to support us in this legislation, so we have a trampoline. We have a jump-off point post-COVID to put our people back to work, to get our energy resources to market, to support pipeline access, and also, in doing so, supporting everything, schools, roads, jobs, everything that makes our economy function. And I look forward to his support. Thank you.
Here. Any other speakers under Standing Order 29-2A? The Honourable, nope. Seeing none, would the Honourable Member for St. Albert like to speak to the bill?
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to, sorry, I'm just getting a little confused here, Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statute Amendment Act, and I would like to move an amendment. So, do you want me to wait?
Just give me 1 minute, Honourable Member. A1.
Oh, you're right. It's hard. It's just it's like super hard.
This will be known as Amendment REF1. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I will. Did you want me to read out the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Move that the motion for second reading of Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be now not read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. So the reason, just to follow up with some of the comments from my colleague, the reason that we are making this amendment, or this referral amendment, is that...
For interrupting, you're moving this on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest?
Yes.
Thank you.
So as I said, just to follow up some of the comments made by my colleague, I guess the main reason that we are trying to not stop or prohibit the work to go forward on this really important file, but actually to take the time to do the work that's required. I think anybody watching in this place or watching at home understands that we are certainly in very trying times, a really unique situation right now. And as people at home can see, there's not very many of us here, which is a really good thing. I think there's enough space now, particularly with the doors open. There's enough space so that we can be as far enough apart from each other as we need to be as safe as possible in this place, to do the work that Albertans were sent here to do. But what is missing are the other members. So there are 87 of us that were elected to come to this place to represent the people that sent us here. And I think that to really do our jobs, all of us, whether it's government members or opposition members, to do our jobs properly is we need the time to all of us be here to debate this, to consider the amendments, to consider the different pieces of the bill. And it actually is quite a complex piece of legislation. But more than that, I think it gives us, we need to allow ourselves the time to do the work, to consult the people that really matter, and those are our constituents, and then of course the stakeholders. And I said a couple of weeks ago, I think I did a member's statement talking about the importance of democratic systems. I think they're certainly always important. I believe that all of us are here because of many years, hundreds of years of work, but people that came before us that worked very hard to establish the rules and the norms and the processes of this place. They're not always, I mean, sometimes they're a little bit clumsy, and sometimes, they take a little bit of time to figure out and to work through, but there is a reason that they're in place. That our democratic systems are some of the most important and precious tools that we have in our society to ensure that that every Albertan has a voice. And sometimes it's a little hard to understand because it's a representative voice. So in my case, if I represent 50,000 people, I'm the person that they sent here. I am the person representing them. So it is my duty to take the time to consider the legislation and then to invest the time to understand the legislation, the implications of the legislation, the implications of the supporting pieces of legislation, and then to go back to the community that I represent and ask them what they think. And of course, because this is very specific legislation that, let's be honest, a lot of our constituents will not readily understand, it's then incumbent upon us to let them know what it means and then to seek out the stakeholders that will actually be the experts in this field on both sides, on all sides. It's important to get their perspective and to understand fully what are the implications of this bill for right now, for during this emergency, for immediately following the emergency, but then in the many years to come. So I think if we rush a piece of legislation, and we rush a piece of legislation with very few people in this chamber, very little time, and I think that we can all agree, we're all human beings, we understand that we're all under really unique stresses right now, different from what we're used to. We're worried about all kinds of different things that are going on as a direct result of the economic emergency that we're just beginning to see unfold, in addition to a global health emergency. And so I think it's incumbent on us to take a deep breath and to say, absolutely, this is important legislation. These are vital discussions, absolutely vital discussions for us to have in terms of our economy, in terms of our environment. But it's so important that I think it's incumbent upon all of us to ask for the time to do our jobs properly. And that requires time to consult with our constituents, to find the experts that can help us fill in the gaps of the pieces that we don't understand. We're not all lawyers here. We aren't all landowners. We aren't all impacted by this piece of legislation. Certainly we can understand that our economy is impacted by this, but we don't understand the details of the bill just yet. Now, I may be the only one that hasn't had time to consult my whole community and stakeholders and read the bill and read the supplemental legislation, but that's where I am. So I'm saying I have not had the time to appropriately consult my constituents. I've not had the time to reach out to stakeholders or experts, whether they're legal experts, whether they're academics, whether they're experts in the field, in this particular field, whether they're landowners. I've just not had the time to do that. I think that between trying to figure out how we deal with the immediate emergent needs of Alberta, that has been the priority. That has been my priority anyway, Madam Speaker. So I would suggest that the importance of our democratic systems and the importance of thoughtful debate, not partisan discussion about we must do this now because, our future depends on it. Certainly our future may depend on it. Absolutely our future may depend on it. But what the people of Alberta depend on is for us to do our jobs properly and thoughtfully. And to do it takes time. And so back to some of the comments from my colleague is that I appreciate the government's need to bring us back here to address some emergent legislation that will make their jobs a little bit easier. And their primary job right now is to ensure the health and wellness of the people of Alberta, and to do what we can to get through this, and then to have the tools that we need to rebuild once we get through the emergency. That is the focus. I'm happy to be here to do my job to do that. However, I would like to say that I don't think it's a good idea to rush through a piece of legislation that truly is a really important piece of legislation that really will impact our future, our economy, the people of Alberta, and I think that that requires time. And I don't believe in the middle of a global health emergency and an economic emergency that this province that is just still unfolding, I don't believe that that is the perfect time to do this work. And so I think that referring this to a committee, and I think I'm pretty sure that most of us in this chamber can remember some of the discussion that we had, I think it was, I don't know when it was, maybe the last session, where the government talked about the need for private member bills to go to committee first. I heard person after person pop up and talk about the need for debate and discussion and research and time to really look at it. And at the time, I have to admit, Madam Chair, I was a little bit cynical, thinking, well, is that partisan? They just don't want, opposition members to have an opportunity to introduce bills before they go to committee. Well, anyway, they had a majority. That changed. So now those bills go to committee for second thought, for review, for discussion, and then come back to this place. But yet, after all of that debate and all of those reasons and all of that argument, the government is choosing to take this very complex piece of legislation, and highly complex for people that are not familiar with this file, and it's huge, and the implications are huge. So I find it sort of disingenuous, actually, that government would, under the cloud of an emergency that we have never seen the likes of, not since I've been alive anyway, that they would choose this time to do this. So my referral amendment, or the referral amendment by the member for Edmonton Northwest, I believe is a smart one. It's time to look at this legislation, talk to your people, get some expert advice. Now, this bill might indeed be making a number of sensible changes, but as I've said, given the situation, there is absolutely not enough time to consult or debate this bill properly. I don't believe there is. In the midst of a global pandemic, this is not the time to use your muscle to push through legislation in a time frame with very few people in this chamber. That's not ideal. That's not how you prop up, support, and strengthen democracy, Madam Chair. Democracy requires time. It requires all of us to be here. It requires all of us to have the opportunity to look at this, to debate it, to get input and feedback before we come in here and vote. We aren't just voting for ourselves. When we stand up and vote on a piece of legislation, or on a motion for that matter, we are representing thousands and thousands of people. And so I think it's very important to take that time to get that feedback. As we understand it, this bill, and I think my colleague mentioned that earlier, this bill isn't needed immediately for the economic stimulus that the government has announced. The government is already able to make loans to the Orphan Well Association. So this is not urgent in that sense either. This bill gives the government very extensive regulatory powers, which would warrant more extensive debate, maybe when the pandemic is over. Maybe once we have sort of emerged from this really difficult time in all of our communities and our families, and have the time to focus on this piece of legislation that is indeed important. But I think that we need to pause and put the people of Alberta first, not our partisan agendas. And that requires people to say, we need more time. Now is not the time. I mean, I could count, there's so few of us in here. I think there's, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, I'm not allowed to say how many there's not very many in here.
Caution that we might not be referring to the presence or the member of any member. Particularly, I understand that you're not doing that individually, but I think that there are lots of times when the House, when members of the Assembly may have other things to do, and so it would prevent them from being here. So to refer to the total amount of members in the House certainly may not be in the best interest of both the Assembly as well as in traditions with the Westminster parliamentary system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, I do think there was a press release by the government talking about reduced numbers in this place, so I'm just sort of following up on that. And my point to do that, Mr. Speaker, was to point out the fact that democracy requires participation and time and investment. And I don't believe now is the time to rush through a piece of legislation that has not been given the time for those very things that I talked about. And I remember, I'll never forget, just indulge me for a moment, and this was years ago now, and I think that when we first formed government, we learned some really important lessons early on. I think in a rush to make changes that have been long needed or adjustments, there was a piece of legislation that was put forward that, oh, the hand is going down. I'll have to tell my story another time.
Honourable members, I believe Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the Honourable Member for St. Albert. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment REF1? The Honourable Member for Calgary West and the
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I went for a run last night and didn't realize how cold it was, to be honest with you. And I don't recommend it when it's as cold it is going for a run outside when it comes to that. But anyway, I digress. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, look, I've been here for the 28th legislature, the 29th legislature, and now the 30th legislature. And in one of the things that all three have in common is discussion in regards to orphan wells. And, you know, I have certainly observed, had discussions with, partaken in conversations with, as have members in this House who have also been part of previous legislatures, to have discussions in regards to orphan wells. Now, my understanding in regards to Bill 12 is that it increases the authority of the Orphan Wells Association to accelerate a cleanup of oil and gas properties, and this in turn will create jobs, creating jobs as well as helping the environment. So I really... Look, I mean, again, in emergency situations, you always have to plan for the future at some point, and I really hope at some point, although nobody seems to know when, this COVID-19 virus is at some point going to reach a peak, and then hopefully, and I only say hopefully in an optimistic terms, at some point it's going to come down, and whatever that new normal is going to be, the government, I think, would be negligent, quite frankly, if they weren't prepared to put people or help people get back to work. We have seen so many of our friends, our neighbors, people who have lost their jobs, people, grocery stores I go to, for the most part, shelves are empty, right? I mean, people are preparing, obviously, for certain scenarios that may or may not come. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody at this time, not just in Alberta, but around the world, really knows, and that is scary for some people, and I totally understand that. But the wheels of this government must continue. I think people understand and respect that, and we must plan for certain contingencies. And one of those contingencies is that when and if this comes to, at some point, an end, we have to have the ability to help restart this economy, get people back to work, and if we can do so by cleaning up some orphan wells, which again, we've talked about for at least as long as I've been here, which is going on, well, since 2014, so that's at least 6 years. I mean, that's a long time. That's a lot of consultation. It's a lot of consultation, quite frankly, that the previous government, I know, consulted with stakeholders. Now, whether they acted upon that, I mean, that's a different story, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about what we have in front of us, and what we have in front of us is Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020. And having listened to the minister and having listened to other colleagues, we have to prepare to get people back to work. I think that's only fair. I think that's reasonable. And if this is something that is going to provide some form of possible norm, we'll say, to people post this virus, then I think, again, I will say this, I'll reiterate this, I think it would be negligent if this government was not planning ahead. I think it is only poor planning. I think it's poor foresight. If we weren't planning for different circumstances, different scenarios. I know in many of my roles, past and present, we always have to have contingencies. And this, quite frankly, is a contingency to help get people back to work. And for that, I certainly support the minister in going forward with Bill 12. And with that, I'm sorry, but I cannot support this amendment, and I certainly recommend all of my colleagues within this chamber also to not support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others wishing to speak to REF1? I see the honourable member. Oh, sorry, we're Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment for the honourable member for Calgary West, seeing none. The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood would like to add in the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's an honour to rise and speak to the referral on Bill 12, which is of course the Liabilities Management Statute Amendment Act, and I want to echo a lot of the comments from my colleague from St. Albert. I think she had a lot of very pertinent points, and I really want to stress a couple of things. I can admit, just as she did, I'm certainly not an expert on this issue. I've tried to learn what I can, and heard the opinions of a few folks on this who I do trust have a very strong understanding of these issues. Now, I think our biggest concern is around the fact that it's not necessary to rush through this bill at this time. We know that, and my honourable colleague started to mention before her time was cut off, she started to mention the fact that consultation is so critical, and she mentioned her when she was in, part of the NDP government, that they learned some lessons, admittedly, around the importance of consultation and engaging with stakeholders. And I also know, in my short time in this House, the members opposite have spoken a lot. I should do a quick search of Hansard about how often they spoke about the importance of consultation and engaging thoroughly with stakeholders. And so to push this through, a bill that does make sweeping changes without appropriate, adequate time to consult is quite concerning. This is a really important issue to a lot of folks. Might not be a pressing issue in my riding, but I know it's a pressing issue in other ridings. And I know that some of my colleagues have certainly heard that feedback. This is going to affect a lot of people, landowners, industry stakeholders, taxpayers. They need the opportunity to weigh in on this substantial piece of legislation. Absolutely. I'm hoping the members opposite will share her comments soon. You know, why we're recommending it goes to committee is that for a number of reasons, and I'll echo some of the reasons why, some of the reasons that my colleagues shared. We would have an opportunity via committee to actually have every member of this legislative assembly in on a phone call. While, of course, not everybody sits on that committee or would have an opportunity to speak to the bill, but if we defer it to committee, we could then allow for all members in this House to hear to hear that debate and to take the time that is needed. And we understand. I know one of the members opposite just spoke recently about the need for job creation. Absolutely, we understand that. But we also, as we understand it from our analysis of the bill, it's not needed for the economic stimulus that this government has announced. We know the government's already able to make loans to the Orphan Well Association, so this is not urgency. The urgency simply is not there. There's too much. There's too much in this bill, and I can admit I've read what I can about this, but I too, like the member from St. Albert, I need more time. There's a lot in here, and again, it impacts a whole heck of a lot of Albertans. This is for those watching at home, this is a pretty substantive bill to be pushed through in a time of a global pandemic. It gives this government quite extensive regulatory powers, which, as I said, very much warrant an extensive debate. And we are so willing to engage in that conversation once this pandemic is over. We know we are not debating the importance of this conversation. In fact, we welcome it. But why now? Why rush this through? We know, again, I can admit we've tried to talk to some stakeholders, we've heard some feedback, but from the ones we have heard from, we know that this is going to make it harder for landowners to ensure that reclamation is happening on their property. It seems to have, there's certainly some concerns around the position of the landowner. And so this whole conversation about landowners' rights is a big, big one. And it merits a deep conversation. So what I would like to do, I'll end my comments by just talking again about the need to very much refer this to committee. Let's engage in a fulsome conversation. Let's engage more stakeholders. Let's have written, perhaps in-person, oral, or not in person, but oral submissions from some of these key stakeholders. Because I can't imagine some of those folks, some of the members opposite, being able to, speak and face some of their constituents without being able to say with certainty that we've engaged in robust consultation on such an important issue. So again, I urge the members opposite to think about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Is anyone wishing to join on 29-2A? I see the Honourable Minister of the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted a few quick comments, and thank you to member opposite for the discussion around this. One of the things I want to be really clear about. We've been talking about orphan mills for a really long time, and I know it might seem new, but the consultations have gone on really consistently for a really long time, and it is actually in the best interest of the landowners. It's actually the landowners, along with associations that are looking for these issues to be resolved, Mr. Speaker, because it's the landowners that are most impacted by the fact that wells are not being cleaned up by companies that may have gone bankrupt or other things. We have not only orphan wells, but we have legacy wells and abandoned wells as well too. It's It's a major issue across the province and something that I know when we were in opposition we talked about significantly. I'm sure there'll be other members that will talk about it who have more expertise in the industry. But I can honestly tell you, if you look at even recent articles when the Premier did his announcement about this and the ideas behind what the Minister of Energy is talking about, landowners already came forward explaining the difficulties they had because their land is no longer being rented by them. There's no rent, there's no lease, there's nothing, and so they're left with this piece of infrastructure on their land that they cannot farm or put animals on. And actually, some of them are just outside of Edmonton, in fact. So there's quite a few reasons, and I know it might feel like a rush on this piece of legislation, but for those of us who've been working on these files for a really long time, and in conjunction with the AR, landowners, property owners, and also the associations that are impacted by this. Not only that, also the fact that there is no way to move forward on this because the companies that had originally put those wells in there either no longer exist or have gone bankrupt. So it's actually in the landowner's best interest, and it's been my experience, for whatever it's worth, with the discussions that I've had. We have a lot in my area, and also I used to have the riding of Chestermere, Rocky View, and many of them were on First Nations as well too, in Tsuut'ina. It was one of the major discussion points when I had this file. So just to let you know, just so it maybe put your mind at least a little bit at ease, that the discussions have gone on for a long time, and this isn't a piece of legislation that's coming forward lightly by any stretch of the imagination. However, as with any piece of legislation, consultations will continue. The most important thing that we can do right now is to look at the environmental aspect of that, how it is that we clean up these wells. It's a job creator. All of us, every single one of us in this House, are going to be looking as to how we can put people back to work as fast as possible post-COVID. But thank you very much for your comments. I hope that's helpful.
Standing Order 29-2A is still available. There's about 2 minutes left. Is there anyone else wishing to provide comment under Standing Order 29-2A? Seeing none, it appears to me that the Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat is keen to join in the debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for unanimous consent to move to 1-minute bells.
Honourable members, a request for unanimous consent to move to 1-minute bells has been made. That request will stand till 6 o'clock this evening. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed to granting unanimous consent? If so, please say aye. Hearing none, unanimous consent is granted. We are on REF 1. It is the referral amendment. Is there anyone wishing to contribute to the debate? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. Honourable members, the referral amendment, REF 1, as proposed, or as moved by the Honourable Member for St. Albert on behalf of the Member for Edmonton Northwest. Those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated, and a division has been called. Call in the members. 1 minute. been called. On the referral amendment, REF1. Those in favor of the referral, please rise.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Sabir, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Member Loyola, Member Hoffman.
Any opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mrs. Sani, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Amory, Mr. Ellis, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Honorable Mr. Madu, Mr. Stephan, Mrs. Lovely, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, total for the amendment 6, total against 20.
Honorable members, that motion is defeated, and we are back on second reading of Bill 12. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to second reading? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. Honorable members. The Minister of Energy has moved second reading of Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? If so, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
You're up, Danson.
I've bleached it.
Do you have this?
No, I don't.
Do you guys have one?
Can you get the script?
A script, yep. Just get your... There you go. Just grab that. Just in case. Yep, there you go. That's it.
Super.
Just flip it over.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 12, the Liabilities Management Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? The Honourable Member from Calgary, McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak to Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statute. And I think broadly speaking, I would say that the liabilities, oil field liabilities, environmental liabilities, it's important issue. It's important for Albertans, and it's something that should be dealt with. And these liabilities have been accumulating for a while, so these need to be addressed. However, when legislature was resumed, I think we were here to deal with things that cannot wait and that were needed and necessary for the operation of government during this pandemic. In no way, shape, or manner that bill is absolutely necessary, and I think under the veil of that pandemic, when people are concerned about their health and well-being, when people are concerned about their livelihoods, their jobs, their businesses, and overall state of the economy, I think government is moving this piece of legislation where, among other things that do need discussions at length. Government is also giving a lot of power to itself so they can control essentially all the operations and all the entities impacted by this legislation. So I will move an amendment to this piece of legislation, and you want me to read it?
Thank you.
Yeah. Member from Calgary-McCall to move that Bill 12, Liabilities Management Statute Amendment Act 2020, be amended by striking out Section 1, sub-16B.
We'll call this Amendment A1. Thank you. We'll just wait for it to be distributed, and we'll go ahead. We're good? Oh, you've got the original? Okay. Member, we'll just wait until everybody's got a copy, and then if you could carry on as soon as we do that, okay? Just like to thank the Young Pages for distributing so quickly, and go ahead, member from Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Chair. So what this amendment is doing, what this piece of legislation is doing, among changing the mandate of Orphan Well Association, changing the mandate of Alberta Energy Regulator, changing or at least making provisions with respect to property right owners, mineral right owners, and many other things. Among all these things, this government is giving itself power through order in council to make regulation respecting many things, including respecting the administration of the orphan fund, limiting, regulating, and controlling the exercise of the regulator's discretion with respect to the orphan fund, respecting the purposes for which the orphan fund may be used. And there are a few other provisions. I won't read all of them. And respecting the determination and allocation of cost under Section 30. So if we were to believe that this government was important to create jobs right away and whatnot, I think in 2017 we added $235 million to this association and began that work. And in 2 years, the number of wells that were reclaimed, the work that was done, I guess tripled in those 2 years. And I think we are glad to see the government added $100 million to that project, continued with the work we started. And also, we were the one who called for additional funding from the federal government as well to continue doing this work. I don't think that the legislative regime as it stands now wasn't sufficient for Orphan Well Association to continue doing their work, which they have done. And in fact, they tripled the amount of wells that they were able to clean and deal with. But with this amendment, with this piece of legislation, government is essentially trying to retain all control with respect to administration of the Orphan Well. An Orphan Well Association, who administers the Orphan Well, is a non-profit, arm's-length, independent organization. And what government is doing, and especially the members who used to be on opposition benches, they used to argue on these lines whenever there was any regulation-making power, much less on this scale, that government is giving itself power to basically make any regulation with respect to administration of the Orphan Fund. Essentially, government is interfering with the work of an independent nonprofit that used to operate arm's length from the government. That's way too much. That's a carte blanche that government is giving itself. And nobody from the front bench has given us any good reason that why this legislature should pass this piece and give government this power. No one. And if anybody wants to justify that government needs this power, we will be happy to hear that. Second thing, government is giving itself power to limit, regulate, and control the exercise of Alberta energy regulators' discretion. Not only that government is giving itself power to administer the Orphan Fund, they are also even making sure that if the regulator has any discretion in this regard, that they have the power to control regulators' discretion. And as I said earlier, like discretion is something, by its definition, that you're free to exercise. And here we have government that is giving itself power to limit, regulate, and control an arm's-length organizations and arm's-length bodies' discretion. People we have who are working at Alberta Energy Regulator, are people we have working with Orphan Well Association. Like, they are expert in their areas. They have done that work for a long time. There is institutional knowledge that's sitting with those organizations. And in no way, shape, or manner government is better situated to administer those funds better than those organizations who have been doing that for decades. There is no way that government is better situated to know this business better than industry, better than Alberta Energy Regulator and people who work there and have been working there for a long time. And every time when we brought forward any regulation, we didn't bring anything near that, but that would be something that they will characterized as socialism and government getting into the businesses and markets. And here we have a nonprofit, independent, arm's-length organization, and we have a government which is pro-markets. It's giving itself power to basically make any regulation respecting the administration of the fund that that independent organization operates. Like we have heard these arguments about former government intervening in markets. That's a clear intervention. I think it's more than intervention. It's just a complete takeover of an independent organization. Again, with respect to Alberta Energy Regulator, they have expertise, and in order to operate efficiently, in order to operate in the best interest of the industry, they need to have some room, they need to have some discretion how these things are managed. And they're the one on the front lines of this business. And they work collaboratively with industry, with businesses. And again, we have government here which is giving itself power to intervene that independent market, that independent operation, and even restrict their discretion, not just some operations, but even their discretion. They want to retain control, to control Alberta Energy Regulator's discretion. And then they are also giving themselves power to make regulation respecting the purposes for which our fund may be used. That organization exists for a while now, and the purpose for which they exist is very clear. They are the one who are dealing with oil field and environmental liabilities. And they are doing so in collaboration with the industry, because industry levies that pay for those operations. And here we have a government that wants to retain power, that wants to give itself power, so they can redefine the purposes for which that fund can be used. The fund, the very fund that is collected to deal with oil field and environmental liabilities. What other purposes one can think of that the government may use these funds for? Again, anyone from the front bench, they can get up and help us understand what other purposes can be contemplated with the meaning of this provision. And then government is giving itself power to authorize regulator to pay any or all of the money in the orphan fund from time to time to a delegated authority for the purpose of the delegated authorities carrying out the power, duties, and function in respect of the orphan fund that are delegated to it and that it carries out under an order, a decision of the regulator. Since this piece of legislation adds to the mandate of Orphan Well Association, and now there is a possibility that this association may be asked to take over some operations as well, along with the work of remediation, reclamation, and all that important work. And government is retaining control that how that fund may be used. So there is at least a theoretical possibility that the bulk of the fund may be directed towards the operation of the sites which OWA may get delegated to. And the focus may not remain on its primary function of remediation, reclamation, and dealing with the liabilities of abandoned and orphaned wells. And then I think government also wants to retain, give itself power respecting all matters relating to making of the payments referred to in class A to D. Again, they're retaining control, they are giving themselves all the powers so that they can be completely in charge of the funds within that orphan well. And in this way, I think they are attacking the independence of these arm-length bodies, and they're taking so much powers so they can control essentially everything these organizations are doing. And short of taking over completely Orphan Well Association, I think in this section, government has given them every power to manage this orphan fund. It's a complete kind of takeover of this fund in their functions. And so far, no one from the government has been able to explain why these broad powers are needed to the government. There are other changes too, I won't go there, but was there any reason for the government to believe that AER or Orphan Well Association, they were not doing their job properly, so that the government has to retain the power to direct them and to take over orphan fund? So help us understand why these broad powers are needed within this piece of legislation, and at a time when our legislature is sitting with reduced numbers and not all Albertans, not all constituencies are represented in this House. And these are matters, the matters that are discussed in this piece of legislation. I indicated earlier that they deal with one of the most important issues relating to liabilities in the history of this province. The magnitude of these liabilities is somewhere estimated to be $300 billion. It's a hugely important issue. And it also relates to the provision contained in this legislation. They relate to mineral owner, landholders, leaseholders, their rights. There are provisions that deal with surface owners' right. And when we were in government, there were many of my colleagues from 29th legislature who were always very passionate about surface right holders' rights and how they need to be treated with respect, how they need to have more agency on who can.
Thank you very much, member. Are there any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? The Minister of Municipal Affairs. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. It's always a pleasure to stand up before this House to speak on behalf of proposed bills. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that listening to the member from Calgary-McCall, it's always a thing of a surprise when you hear members opposite talk about big government, more control, more socialism. You know, these are words anyone around the world understands that are to be used to describe the members opposite in terms of their philosophy. And so using these phrases to describe this legislation that we have put forward, Mr. Chair, that is aimed to make sure that we're able to repair the damages done to our worlds, it's it's mind-boggling. And this Bill 12, what the members opposite has proposed in the amendment, and I will ask anyone in this particular House and anyone listening from home to take a look at that section 77.1. The amendment that is being proposed essentially says strike out all of the amendment that we propose in section 77.7b1.1 that would further clarify an already existing set of regulation provisions contained in section 77.1 of that particular act. And so it is surprising. Oftentimes lawyers like to argue about stuff. But section 77.1 is very clear, including section 77.1b that says the Lieutenant Governor in Council, and by the way, this is the provisions that give the Lieutenant Governor in Council the right and the power to make regulations. Nothing else. Make regulations with respect to certain things. And the amendment that we have proposed also gives the Lieutenant Governor the right to make amendment with respect to certain things, largely aimed at making sure that when we are done with all of this response to the pandemic, that we are ready and prepared to be able to rebuild, including cleaning up the orphan wells. And we are on this side of the aisle working so hard every single day to make sure that we work with the federal government to get the type of help that we need to be able to reclaim these wells, clean them up, and put our people back to work. Mr. Chair, as the Minister of Municipal Affairs, who have to deal with our municipalities and our stakeholders, these landowners, every single day and week and month, I can tell you that this is a huge concern for them. Quite frankly, as Minister of Municipal Affairs, I was so thrilled to be able to see this proposed amendment put forward before us, because this is something that the landowners have been asking for years. I may be a newcomer to this particular House, but I am someone that have followed very closely proceedings in this particular House, and I know that this has been a burning issue for years. And you would think that the members opposite would gladly support this amendment. But again, I am not surprised because we already know their view when it comes to oil and gas sector and when it comes to our ability to put people back to work. But you would think that a political party that environmental conscious will support everything we can to make sure that we clean up these wells and use that opportunity to put people back to work. So, Mr. Chair, again, I was referring to Section 77.1, sub 1, for example, F, that says, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may make regulations respecting all matters related to the making of payment, referred to in subsection E, to the delegated authority, including, without limitation, the power to enter into agreements in respect of the payment, the imposition of terms and conditions, the times at which and the manner in which payments are to be made, and the repayment of unused or improperly used money. I am reading from an already existing provision contained in Section 77.1 of this particular Act. And if you then go back to one of the provisions proposed by this amendment that we have put forward, says, for example, Section 77.1.1 D, again, essentially reflects what I have just read. And A says, respecting the administration of the orphan fund. And the term delegated authority are contained in both the existing provision as well as the amendment that we have proposed. So the insinuation that all of a sudden, magically, that we are giving an unknown set of powers to this government that were not there, either directly by or by implications, is ridiculous. And so, again, it is not surprising that the members opposite would always make every issue before this particular House an extreme partisan one, something that we ought to agree. This should not be a controversial piece of legislation. This should be a bill that they should be proud to support. So, Mr. Chair, I am going to keep it very, very brief. Obviously, I am in strong opposition of this amendment proposed by the member from Calgary-McCall, and I will urge all members of this particular House to vote down this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? The Honourable Minister of all kinds of things.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Culture. Sorry, I've been away for a while.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm also in a different seat. I was going to say I'd like to thank my colleague for his explanation and some of the legal pieces that are very important. Let me again state that this is not a way in any way to take powers away from those who are making these decisions. In fact, this is to strengthen the ability of the regulator. It's actually stated firmly in the information that was provided to all members of this House when this bill was being brought forward. In fact, not only does it strengthen the regulator, but it strengthens the regulator and the Orphan Well Association, which right now, at this point in time, Mr. Chair, doesn't have the authority to be able to go in and work with these associations as they need be. As we all know, orphan wells are a liability. When you have a liability and the issues that come with that, it's very difficult to sell a liability. You can't. What ends up happening with this, and the Premier has put in $100 million more to be able to deal with these liabilities and be able to clean up these orphan wells on behalf of the property owners. But more than that, this gives them the ability to be able to do this within this. Before, the Orphan Well Association didn't have the legal ability to do that, and because it was considered a liability, you can't sell it. So even if you're looking at somebody who is going to default on their payments or of the wells or anything like that, we end up with a piece of infrastructure that no longer can do what it's supposed to do, and that liability not only is left with us or with the landowner who can't use that land, but we have no way of moving forward. and it becomes another piece of inventory that is put into the Orphan Well Association, in which they're dealing with that and trying to figure out what to do with this piece of infrastructure. There are so many opportunities, and for those of us who are, I'm a little bit, I love this industry, and I know that coming into this portfolio, my knowledge was pretty minimal, and the industry was just absolutely more than generous with me and educating me, as many members in this House were, on this file. And one thing that I can tell you is that the industry is changing day by day by day. There are opportunities for re-entry. There are opportunities to take these and turn them into actually working pieces of infrastructure. There are so many opportunities. But if we don't give the ability to the association to be able to do the work that they need to do, we end up continuing to grow our inventory of these wells. And I might add, too, that policies of previous governments in this House added a detrimental amount of terrible policy into oil and gas that really, really led to the inability for companies to be successful. And this was it's something that we have to take a look at to see how it is that we engage with this industry at this point where, I mean, a barrel of oil is less than a Starbucks coffee on any given moment. It's terrifying. So we have to be able to look at how it is that we can not only incentivize the industry, but how it is that we put people back to work. And this is one of those options. And I would like to mention again that the member opposite keeps saying that there's some sort of nefarious thing that's happening. This actually, we're looking for a way to be able to help create jobs, but also clean up the environment. And the member knows that these discussions have been going on for years. Mr. Chair, you know, I know, many people in this House know how long we've been asked by property owners about how it is that we clean up this infrastructure. What is our responsibility collectively for that? And that member had 4 years to take a look at his own policies within that Ministry of Energy to find out what it was that they could do better. And I can't find for the life of me, I went through my old legislation and just now, I can't for the life of me even find out where orphan wells were even mentioned in energy policy. There was a great, there was certainly policy that created a boondoggle with the electricity industry and the PPAs and the suing of their own province and the energy regulators. There was certainly many boondoggles around how it was that we do energy policy, including, pulling taxes from people's pockets into a carbon tax that certainly didn't help our industry at the time. I can think of many, many other things that we debated infinitely in this House around energy policy. So I find it interesting that this member would come forward suggesting that because we've empowered the AER and the Orphan Well Association, along with the ability to clean up, along with the ability to give property back to the property owners so they can put their cattle on and use the land that is theirs, and are putting $100 million into this so that we have economic stimulus for the people in these industries after. We don't know what this is going to look like, Mr. Chair. We have no idea what we're looking at. How much is a barrel of oil going to be worth once we're post-COVID? We don't know. We don't know what it's going to look like, what our pipeline access is going to look like. We're certainly working on that right now too, Mr. Chair. We're looking at every single aspect. But let me tell you that the people of this province are asking, in fact, no, they're demanding that we look at these opportunities and see how it is that we as a government can remove some of the barriers to them to being able to do better work. We are the #1 resource developers in the world for resource recovery. This puts us in a completely different space of resource recovery, looking at how it is that we take care of our liability, and is good for our province and for the people of this province. And I must say that the idea and the suggestion that we've never had this discussion before is inappropriate. This discussion's been going on for a long time, and I would suggest that the member potentially reach out to some of the members in my area, especially because I surround you on many sides in a rural riding, and ask the folks in my area about what they feel about this and how they've been consulted. And these ideas came from the industry. These ideas came from the industry. I'm very proud that we have an energy minister and a premier who are willing to look beyond COVID to find out how it is that we put people back to work in this province. There's a lot of things that could happen. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of issues. I get that. And so many things that we can do. If we're going to debate on these pieces of legislation, let's debate the need that maybe there's other things that need to be done. That's fair. But to suggest that something is going on in order to somehow not help the industry that we know that we're going to be looking to help us bounce back from this at the end, that means that that member is not only deciding to, cast aspersions on the government, but every consultation, every oil and gas person that has ever reached out to us about this, looking for advice, the money that is going to be spent on that, all of those things, that's that member who is saying yet again to the oil and gas sector that those people are not worthy and not worthy of being able to clean up this mess, fixing it, putting people back to work, and continuing on and being the best in the world when it comes to our energy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Or anybody else wishing to speak to Amendment A1? Seeing none, we will call the question. On Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall, are you agreed? Agreed. Opposed? I would say that is defeated. Moving on, we're back to the main bill. So we can continue on with discussion. Does anybody like to speak further to Bill 12? Thank you very much. Member from Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've very much appreciated the debate that we've been having on Bill 12, but at this point I would move that we adjourn this debate.
The member from Edmonton, Millwoods, has You're not. Sorry. Yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. My language was not specific enough. With the amendment now voted on, I move that we adjourn this debate on Bill 12.
The member from Edmonton Millwoods has moved that we adjourn debate on Bill 12. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. That motion is defeated. And we have...
Thank you.
Just one second. Oh, so you're going to continue on debate on Bill 12?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, member from Edmonton or Calgary-McCall. Now that we're clear.
Thank you, Chair. I would make some comments with respect to a couple of comments that were made by my colleagues from the other side. The question I asked when I moved the amendment was with respect to government's overreach into an independent organization's mandate, into an independent organization's affairs, and government giving themselves ability to make regulation respecting the administration of the orphan fund. That's the language they are using, and they are giving themselves that they be able to administer the orphan fund through regulation. And what members have to say about it is that no, you don't wear oil and gas, I love oil and gas shirt. You're not in favor of this industry, and we know the best. And these things were asked by industry, and people have been asking about it, and it was important to do it since we already canceled carbon tax as well, and we know the environment best as well, so that's why it's needed. So that was not the question at all from the front bench. The question I asked was that why government thinks that it's necessary for them to retain control through regulation of orphan fund. That fund historically, and I would say fairly successfully, have been managed by Orphanwell Association that has representation of industry, that has an independent board who bring forward expertise to deal with these liabilities. And best way to help them had been and would be that we provide them with resources that they need to deal with that liability that has been left there by the previous conservative governments who had the charge for 44 years. That liability grew to $300 billion. That didn't grow overnight. That didn't grow within 4 years out of those 5 decades that NDP was in charge. That grew under consecutive conservative government watch. It's a huge liability that they never turned any attention to, and no Albertan will trust them that they are dealing with that liability because their record speaks louder than what they are saying here. They have ignored this liability, and if liability is sitting at $300 billion today, that's the direct result of inaction from previous conservative government. And now we should believe that by retaining control of Orphanwell Fund, government will do something to address that liability? No. We cannot trust this government because had they done something previously, we will not be talking about this liability today. We will not be talking about $300 billion liability. Had we implemented polluter pay principle in all those years and made polluters pay, we wouldn't be talking about this liability. In all those years, with the exception of from 2015 to 2019, conservative governments were in office. And they just sat on it. They let it grow for years over years, decades over decades. That's why it's sitting where it is. And when we were in government, we took action. We worked with Orphanwell Association. We gave them $235 million. And they were able to speed up the work they were doing, and they actually, in 2 years, were able to triple the number of wells they were able to reclaim and clean up. And glad to see that government is following in our footsteps and added another $100 million. But what concerns us, that now that there is money, now that they have added some money, they also want to retain control and take over Orphanwell Fund altogether. And as I said before, that their Bill 1 was to get rid of Alberta's environmental leadership plan. So their record on environment is such that they cannot be trusted with these funds, that they will retain control and use it to manage the environmental liability, which they didn't do for 4 or 5 decades. The second thing, I think one member said that they are giving AER powers to deal with it. If I am reading it correctly, the provision reads that Lieutenant Governor and Council may make regulations, including regulation, limiting, regulating, and controlling the exercise of regulators' discretion with respect to the Orphan Fund. What this provision is doing, it's not giving any extra powers to Alberta Energy Regulator. It's taking powers away from the regulator. government is stepping in. And they are even trying to retain control that if need be, they be able to limit, regulate, and control the discretion of AER. In both these instances, what government is doing, government that believes in free market, free enterprise, government that stands against any government intervention into businesses, government that included more than 100 times the word red tape reduction in their documents, budgets so far. They are creating more red tape. They are getting in the way of organizations like Orphanville Association, an independent nonprofit that has operated independently of the government for a long time. They are getting in their way. They are also getting in the way of Alberta energy regulator by controlling their discretions. So that was the question we were asking, that government has not yet justified why they need these powers. The government has not explained that given their record, given their poor and abysmal record on managing these liabilities, why they think that they should get these powers where they can take over administration of orphan fund just through regulation without coming back to this House. They haven't justified that why they need this power to regulate an independent arm-length bodies, namely Alberta Energy Regulator, their discretion. Why do they need that? And not just that, I think I will be more concerned that government is giving itself power to make regulation with respect to the purposes for which the orphan fund may be used. Since they never dealt with this liability, the liability we are talking about today is a direct result of their inaction over decades. And now, letting them retain power to change the purpose for which a fund can be used that is established to deal with environmental liability, I think nobody will trust them. And we cannot provide that power. And I guess with that, I will make a few other comments. I'll make some other comment at a different time. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Member, anybody else wishing to speak to Bill 12 in committee?
Move that we adjourn debate on Bill 12. Thank you.
The Government Caucus Whip has moved to adjourn debate on Bill 12. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. I would say that the ayes have it. So we will move on to Bill 10. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 10, the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? The member from Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak again to Bill 10 now as part of Committee of the Whole. So I had the opportunity to open debate in second reading this morning and discuss some of the thoughts around the bill. At that time, I noted that, of course, we had only just received the bill just recently and had the chance to review it, and we were digging deeper. At that time, I felt that, well, generally there didn't seem to be anything this bill was going to allow the government to do that it couldn't do already. We've had a chance to do a bit of a deeper look, and we've had the chance to consult with Parliamentary Counsel, and that's led us to a few thoughts and concerns. Now, I recognize that we are in the midst of a pandemic. And during these difficult times, of course, government does have extraordinary powers, powers that aren't normally available during normal times, and indeed that is appropriate. There have been a number of steps that have been taken by recommendation and order of the Chief Medical Officer of Health, and indeed that the government has taken. For example, the fines that are in place, we are in support of that. We believe there should be something in place. Indeed, I understand that Alberta Health Services has received already over 5,000 complaints of where people are noting that people are not following the guidelines that have been set out by the Chief Medical Officer of Health. So I think it is reasonable to put some penalties in place, and indeed in this case the government passed a ministerial order ordering council that allowed those fines to be raised to ensure that we were providing the proper motivation for people. And so again, as we've said, we are willing as the official opposition to work with the government to pass legislation and do so expeditiously when needed. Indeed, we were able to do that with Bill 11 and get that through quickly. And I think we can all agree that we see that the government does need all reasonable tools in order to manage the crisis. But in a democracy, we also need to make sure that those powers are properly scoped. I think there needs to be limitations. It's reasonable to give government extraordinary powers, but of course I think it's reasonable that we want to limit how extraordinary those powers might be. We need to ensure they don't go too far, and to ensure that our democratic traditions are not put at risk, because we recognize that the standard is, when we are making significant changes to legislation, that is done through this House, in full sight of the people of Alberta, with the opportunity for all elected representatives to weigh in and participate in that debate. So today, as the official opposition, we will be putting forward, I will be putting forward on our behalf, an important amendment to this legislation.
That amendment distributed, please.
Yeah. Need to keep a copy. Sorry, I didn't keep a copy.
This will be Bill 10, Amendment A1.
Yes.
Member, perhaps you could, while we're distributing it, if you could go ahead and present it.
Certainly, I'd be happy
That's
to,
okay
Mr. Chair. So we have the notice of amendment, Bill 10. Mr. Shepherd to move that Bill 10, the Public Health Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2020, be amended as follows. A, in Section 3, 1, by striking out the proposed Section 52.1.2, and 2, by adding in the following immediately after the proposed Section 52.1.2.4. 2.5. The person who makes an order under subsection 2 must, within the applicable period set out under subsection 2.6, publish the following on the government website established to communicate information to the public during the public health emergency to which the order relates. A copy of the order. B, in addition to the publication of the details of the order as required under section 52.4, the statement described in subsection 2.7. 2.6, the period referred to in subsection 2.5 is A, in the case of an order made after the coming into force of that subsection within 24 hours of the making of the order, or B, in the case of an order made during the period commencing on March 17, 2020, and ending on the day on which that subsection comes into force within 24 hours of that day. 2.7. For the purpose of subsection 2.5b, the statement referred to in that subsection must, A, be made by the person who made the order to which the statement relates, and B, set out the person's grounds for making the order in consideration of the circumstances of the public health emergency to which the order relates, specifically by including the following. 1, the detailed facts on which the person relied to make the order. 2, each provision of an enactment to which the order applies. 3, an explanation as to how the application of the order in respect of other enactments, A, protects the public from the risks associated with the public health emergency, and B, is necessary and reasonable in the circumstance. 2.8. Despite section 52.8, an order made under subsection 2 during the period commencing on March 17, 2020, and ending on June 30, 2020, lapses at the earlier of the following. A, July 1st, 2020, or B, the day on which the order lapses in accordance with its terms and conditions. B, in Section 4B, by striking out the proposed Section 52.212, and 2, by adding the following immediately after the proposed Section 52.215. 6, Sections 52.1, 2.5 to 2.8 apply with the necessary modifications to an order made under subsection 2.
Do you wish to
if I may continue?
Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment essentially does three things. First, the amendment puts forward a sunset clause on all of the ministerial orders issued by the government during the pandemic. So if this amendment were to pass, the orders will expire on July 1st. If in the view of the government they need more time, then certainly we would be happy to come and reconvene the legislature to extend that time frame. In our view, in a free and democratic society, we cannot and should not allow ministerial orders to continue indefinitely that supersede the legislature solely at the discretion of cabinet. I think it's reasonable, a reasonable amendment that ensures that extraordinary powers that are invoked by the government are time limited. And indeed, I've had constituents reach out to me to ask precisely that. In the ministerial orders that are being put in place, how long is the government able to keep them in place? Now, I hope, and we're asking government members to vote in favor to ensure that our democratic traditions are protected. Now, secondly, this amendment also compels the government to publicly disclose each ministerial order they issue within 24 hours, and compels the government to explicitly state why the order was issued. So, Mr. Speaker, for the folks watching at home, I think it might even seem a little surreal that the government could issue an order and change a law without immediate public disclosure during a pandemic. But that is actually currently how the law is written. So I think in these extraordinary times where powers of government are to some extent nearly unfettered, the public deserves nothing less than at least full disclosure. And indeed, again, when I requested from the staff of the ministry and the staff from the ministry with whom I had the briefing on this bill, when I requested from them the reason for why the government needed to bring this bill, one of the chief reasons they gave was to increase transparency. That's precisely what this amendment would do. In normal circumstances, the public can watch debates in this legislature, such as we are having here now. They can hold their elected officials to account, and they can listen to the rationale of their elected officials when they consider new laws or changes to those laws, but of course we recognize we are not in normal circumstances. So I think the least we can do is ask that Cabinet tell the public a few things on the Government of Alberta's COVID-19 website about the orders that they issue with the stroke of a pen. And indeed, if those orders are for the good of Albertans and for the public good in a public health emergency, there's no reason that they cannot be made public. So, for example, this amendment would require publication on the COVID-19 website of the text of every ministerial order, the grounds for making that order, the detailed facts which the minister relied on to justify that order, and with each new power conferred on the minister or any other person. I think that's a reasonable requirement for public disclosure, and I think government members would agree that is in the public interest. Third, and finally, Mr. Speaker, this amendment ensures that powers given to all ministers are within reason. Now, in the past few hours, the official opposition has received considered legal advice that the Amendment Act as presented by this government, in fact, goes too far. Currently, the legislation allows ministers only to modify or suspend any law in order to protect public health. Now, that's an enormously powerful provision, and some might think that's already too far. But in the view of the official opposition, this enormously powerful provision is appropriate in the context of a public emergency like a pandemic. However, this bill takes it to another level. This bill takes it too far. In addition to allowing the minister to suspend or modify any law, the proposal by the government also allows any minister, to write and implement an entirely new law by ministerial order if in the minister's view it's the right thing to do. A very subjective test. So that's an enormous new power. That's significant. Let me say that again. This legislation allows any minister to bypass this legislature and write any new law and bring that law into force and effect, and the only real test for adequacy for that new law is the judgment of that minister. Mr. Speaker, that goes too far. And I would like to thank the legal experts who reached out to our caucus to raise this as a concern, because they are correct. And so we are taking their advice, we are incorporating it into our amendment. This amendment will ensure that ministers have the appropriate level of authority to address the pandemic, and as we've seen, the government has been able to take every step that has been necessary to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, none of the persons with whom we spoke during the briefing were able to name any objective or anything that needed to be done that they had not been able to do, or that this legislation would allow them to do that needed to be done. This amendment, therefore, ensures our basic democracy is not stripped of its most fundamental foundations. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, our amendment does three things. We're introducing a sunset clause to ensure extraordinary powers aren't in place for too long. We're compelling public disclosure of the orders issued by government and the rationale for why they were done. And we are ensuring that ministers have reasonable powers in the context of a pandemic, nothing more and nothing less. Powers that include the ability to modify laws or suspend laws, but not write entirely new laws based exclusively on their judgment and the stroke of a pen. So again, we support what the actions that the government has needed to take so far. We recognize that indeed there may be further actions that need to be taken to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. We do not feel that the extraordinary powers that this legislation would afford above and beyond what currently exists are necessary to achieve that. So thank you, Madam Chair, and with that, I will yield the floor.
Are there any members wishing to speak to the amendment? The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to rise on the Honourable Member's amendment that he has just brought forward on Bill 10, and I thank him for his contribution and his debate and context around that contribution. So let me say this, Madam Chair. Much of what the Honourable Member just said I agree with in terms of the concerns for overreach and for public transparency and those types of things. And I would say on those issues I would agree with him 100%. I think he's right in having these concerns. And in fairness to the honourable member, and hopefully fairness to me as well, because this is indeed an emergency and we're doing some of these things faster than we normally do, we believe that the concerns that the honourable member rightly raises are already looked after in the bill. That's our folks have. The honourable member made reference to getting some legal advice, and that's always good for any member of this House to do because we're making law here. So getting legal advice seems like a good idea, and in no way will criticize that. But the advice I have on this is that let me say this. One of the questions was wanting the ministerial orders published on the COVID-19 website. Madam Chair, the ministerial orders are already on the website and will continue to be published on the COVID-19 website. Therefore, in that way, I believe the amendment's not needed. We continue to be open and transparent with Albertans throughout our COVID-19 response, and this won't change. I think one of the questions that was asked is, why is the bill even needed? Well, Madam Chair, we believe on the government side the changes are necessary to protect the health and safety of Albertans during a state of public health emergency. Bill 10 updates the penalty structure set out in the Act to increase fines for those that commit offences, clarifies the authority of ministers during a state of public health emergency and pandemic, including authority to move more quickly and deploy law enforcement, and increase clarity on the executive officer, the public health inspector that can be accompanied by police when performing an inspection or carrying out an order. I think one of the other issues was about a sunset clause as of July 1st. My advice on this is that that's already in the legislation. which makes that part of the opposition's amendment redundant. The changes made by ministerial order expire 90 days after they are made or sooner by order in council, unless we come back to the legislature and pass something else. So I'm not going to criticize the honourable member for his intentions, but I'm just trying to go through it with his I think his reasonable and genuine concerns, and try to point out that I think that we have made those allowances for what the honourable member rightly would want us to make in the legislation as it exists. I think one of the questions was, can we remove the ability of the minister to make new laws, and why is this needed? Well, I guess that's kind of the point. It's important for ministers during a state of public health emergency or pandemic to have the authorities and tools that they need to protect public health. And as the things evolve, it may not be clear to us which of those authorities or tools will be needed. And that's okay. Honourable member shaking his head. He disagrees, and that's fair enough. That's what we're here for, is to debate and sometimes agree and sometimes disagree. But it's not really a new provision under Bill 10. The Public Health Act currently enables ministers to make changes to the Act in the public interest during a state of public health emergency or pandemic. That's what's there already. The changes simply provide more clarity as to the extent to which the authority can be used, and makes the changes retroactive to March 17th in the bill that we put on the floor when the state of public health emergency was declared. So I'm not trying to be harsh or critical. I just think that the genuine concerns of the honourable member are met already in the bill that we put forward, and consequently the government will not be supporting the amendment.
Any other members wishing to speak? The honourable member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, or Chair at this time, I guess. I want to begin by acknowledging that I appreciate that there was some common ground found between the first two speakers. I want to clarify that this Act that we are debating, and now the amendment with regard to the Act, is the Public Health Emergencies Powers Amendment Act. It isn't the COVID-19 Act or the Pandemic of 2020 Act. This is about creating legislation that will be law in perpetuity. So the ministerial order is about the law, making law for this current public health emergency, and I think that is totally fair and reasonable, and that's why we have the power for ministerial orders. What is being proposed in this bill is about creating huge sweeping powers in perpetuity. So when the minister says, well, there's the 90-day clause, what he's speaking about is with regard to this current pandemic, and I agree. If we only used this bill for this current pandemic, that clause would be redundant. But this bill is about any public health emergency at any point in time in perpetuity. And what this amendment offers is a finite timeline and a sunset clause, because I'm reminded of somebody I know who, when she had a baby, she said, you know, I'm so amazing, I created life, and it's true. And it was true. She did. She created life. She had a tremendously difficult labor, and she got through to the other side. And she said, but I need to remind myself I'm not the first woman to ever give birth, and I won't be the last. And that's what I want to remind all members of this assembly. At this point in time, we're thinking about who all the ministers are right now. And we might be thinking, well, of course, I would only ever use my ability to make laws outside of the legislature in a reasonable way. But you aren't the first minister to have this responsibility. You won't be the last. So making sure that we have reasonable checks and balances for the public, for democracy, to ensure that laws outside of a public health emergency have a reasonable sunset clause, and that's what's being proposed here by the member. I think his putting some frame around what around the sunset clause, as well as around reasonable powers around using this incredible privilege that we have. And what we're being asked to do here as representatives of the province, and typically there would be 87 representatives of the province, but we're asking to give up the power of the assembly and give it specifically to ministers. And I think that that is a potential threat on democracy. I think that it is our responsibility, and when we ran for office, we said that we were going to be a voice for the folks that we represent in this place around making laws, and I think that that is important for us to ensure that we don't shirk that responsibility, don't give it away, thinking about the reality of today. And that's why no other legislature is sitting right now, because they have the parameters under the public health authorities to bring in safety measures. And when we come back after this pandemic, when all has settled, I sincerely hope that if this is indeed what you think is the most important piece of public legislation, that you bring it forward at that time when the public has an opportunity to consider it. Because right now, during this pandemic, we have all the powers necessary for this pandemic. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the 5:55 p.m., I thank all the speakers tonight, and I move that we rise and report progress on Bills 12 and 10.
Motion by the Honourable Minister to rise and report progress on Bill 12 and Bill 10. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. We'll now rise and report progress. The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports progress on the following bills, Bill 12 and Bill 10. I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Member for Calgary West.
Madam Speaker, we've made a lot of progress today, and I certainly thank all members of the House for the hard work they've been doing this afternoon. I would like to move that the Assembly adjourn until 7:30 p.m. this evening. Thank you.
Having heard the motion by the Honourable Member for Calgary West, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. So carried. The House stands adjourned until 7:30 tonight.